Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became the Green Overlord? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The early morning sun filtered through the city's dense skyline, casting a soft golden glow over the neighborhood. The streets were already buzzing with activity, but this part of town held an unusual mix of lively charm and quiet resilience. Nestled in the heart of the neighborhood stood a modest yet inviting building with a sign reading, "At Home," in carefully painted letters. Below it, a smaller line of text declared, "A cat cafe and community space." Inside, the cafe was a sanctuary from the city's hustle and bustle. The walls were lined with bookshelves crammed with novels, comics, and a few odd trinkets. Soft, mismatched furniture added to the homely atmosphere, with cozy nooks for reading or relaxing. The main attraction, however, was the cats. A dozen felines of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, lounging on cat trees or curling up in customers' laps. Each cat had its own name, personality, and story, all lovingly detailed on a wall display near the counter. Behind the counter stood Izuku Midoriya, a man whose presence was as striking as it was understated. At first glance, his freckled face and mop of green curls gave him a youthful charm, but there was an air of quiet strength about him, a depth in his emerald eyes that spoke of a life lived with intensity. He wore a black apron over a simple green shirt, and his sleeves were rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a detail that often surprised newcomers. "No, Machi," he said, voice warm but firm as he gently plucked a curious tabby off the counter. "Customers don't need extra fur in their coffee." He set the cat down and turned back to the espresso machine, his hands moving with practiced ease. The bell above the door jingled, and a familiar face walked in. Himiko Toga, with her cheerful grin and slightly chaotic energy, skipped to the counter. Her golden eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned over, earning a raised eyebrow from Izuku. "You're late," he teased, not looking up from the cappuccino he was making. "What happened? Got distracted chasing squirrels again?" Himiko pouted dramatically. "No, I just lost track of time. And maybe there was a cute puppy involved." Izuku chuckled, sliding the finished cappuccino onto a tray. "You're lucky I like you. Go make yourself useful, start feeding the cats before they riot." She saluted playfully and bounded off, calling out to the cats in a sing-song voice. Izuku watched her go, shaking his head fondly. Himiko was a handful, but she had a good heart. He'd met her years ago, crying on a rooftop about her quirk and the way people looked at her. Back then, she'd been lost, scared, and on the verge of giving up. Now, she was thriving in her own quirky way, helping run the cafe and keeping the cats and Izuku on their toes. A low voice broke his thoughts. "You're out of milk." Izuku turned to see Dabi leaning against the storage door, holding an empty milk carton. His perpetually bored expression and burned features gave him a menacing appearance to strangers, but Izuku knew better. Dabi had a sharp wit and a soft spot for those he cared about, though he'd rather die than admit it. "And whose job was it to restock?" Izuku shot back with a smirk. "Himiko's," Dabi replied without missing a beat, earning a squawk of protest from the other side of the room. "I'll grab some later," Izuku said, waving him off. "In the meantime, use the oat milk. Customers love it." Dabi grumbled something under his breath but complied, disappearing back into the kitchen. Izuku sighed, glancing at the clock. It wasn't even noon, and the cafe was already bustling with regulars. Each one was greeted by name, and many lingered to chat or pet the cats. It wasn't just a cafe, it was a haven for the community. The neighborhood had seen better days. Poverty and crime were rampant, and many residents struggled to make ends meet. But At Home was a bright spot, a place where people could feel safe and cared for. Izuku had poured his heart into this space, using it not only to serve coffee but also to organize food drives, host workshops, and provide a listening ear to anyone who needed it. The door jingled again, and Izuku looked up to see a familiar figure, Ryo Inui, better known as Hound Dog. The UA teacher ducked slightly to avoid hitting his head on the frame, his canine features softening into a grin as he spotted Izuku. "Morning, Midoriya," Ryo said, his gravelly voice tinged with warmth. "Morning, Inwin," Izuku replied, already reaching for the coffee pot. "The usual?" Ryo nodded, settling into his favorite seat near the window. He was a frequent visitor, often stopping by after his morning patrols. Izuku suspected it was as much for the coffee as it was for the company. As he prepared Ryo's drink, Izuku's thoughts drifted to UA. The prestigious hero school had a vested interest in the community center that housed his cafe. Officially, it was a charity project funded by UA's alumni and overseen by Principal Nedzu, who'd taken a personal interest in the neighborhood. Unofficially, Izuku suspected Nedzu had ulterior motives. The wily principal seemed to delight in dropping by unannounced, making cryptic comments about potential and the importance of hidden assets. Izuku placed the steaming mug of coffee in front of Ryo, who took a grateful sip. "You know," Ryo began, his tone thoughtful, "this place. It reminds me of someone." Izuku tilted his head, intrigued. "Oh, should I be flattered or worried?" "Flattered," Ryo said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You remind me of someone I worked with once, a hero who put his community first. His style wasn't flashy, but he had this way of making people feel safe. You've got that same spark." Izuku froze for a moment, the weight of Ryo's words sinking in. "That's quite the comparison," he said softly, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. "I'm just running a cafe, Inwi-sen. That hero was out there saving lives." Ryo's sharp eyes locked onto Izuku's. "You're saving a piece of the world. Don't downplay that." Izuku chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "Well, I've got good help. Couldn't do it without Dabi and Himiko and the cats, of course." "Dad!" Himiko called from across the room, balancing a tray of cat food dishes. "Machi's being a brat again. He knocked over the water bowl." Izuku sighed, the fond exasperation evident in his tone. "I'll deal with it. Go clean up the mess before someone slips." Ryo watched the interaction with a raised brow. "That? You've built quite the family here." "Not by choice," Izuku said, though his grin betrayed him. "They sort of happened." Before Ryo could respond, a black and white cat leapt onto the table, sniffing at his coffee. Izuku swooped in, scooping the cat up with practiced ease. "This little guy's trouble," he said, holding the cat up to eye level. "I keep telling you, Machi, coffee isn't for cats." Ryo chuckled, his usual gruff demeanor softening. "You've got away with them. Not just the cats, but people too. It's rare." Izuku shrugged, setting Machi back on the floor. "Someone's gotta care, right? This neighborhood's been through enough. If I can help even a little, it's worth it." Ryo nodded, his expression thoughtful. "You remind me more of that hero every time I come here. Keep it up, Midoriya." As the day wore on, the cafe buzzed with life, each interaction adding to the tapestry of its story. Izuku was content. At home was more than just a cafe. It was a family, a refuge, and a reminder that even in the darkest corners of the city, there was light to be found. The night was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that buzzed with tension, the type that promised trouble. Shadows cloaked the city's streets as Izuku moved with purpose, his steps light and deliberate. Dressed in black tactical gear that blended seamlessly with the darkness, he became Kairos, the vigilante who struck fear into the hearts of criminals, irritation in the minds of heroes, and hope into the weary souls of the oppressed. A simple, smooth mask covered the upper half of his face, the intricate clock design etched into its surface marking him as a man who calculated every second of his moves. The target tonight was a gang that had been squeezing money from local shopkeepers under the guise of protection fees. Their operations had escalated recently, moving from petty threats to violent intimidation. Several families had already fled the area, leaving empty shops and shuttered windows in their wake. Izuku had heard enough. From his perch on a rooftop, he watched the gangs hide out a dimly lit warehouse tucked away at the edge of the district. A group of men loitered near the entrance, laughing and swapping stories as they smoked. They were armed, but careless, their postures relaxed. Izuku took a deep breath, his mind racing through scenarios and contingencies. He could dismantle their operation in one swift strike, but his real objective was to send a message. The people of his neighborhood were not to be trifled with. He activated the small earpiece nestled in his ear. It was linked to a makeshift surveillance system he'd rigged up earlier, using hacked street cameras and a discreet drone. The faint buzz of static faded as the feed stabilized. 6 outside, 3 armed, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and steady. At least 10 more inside. Minimal movement on the 2nd floor, likely the leader's office. 1 visible mutant quirks the others. For a moment he mumbled on until he railed back his mind. He had a mission. He dropped to the alley below, landing with practiced silence. Sticking to the shadows, he crept closer, each step calculated. As Kairos, he had no room for mistakes. The gang might underestimate him, but he knew better than to underestimate them. The first takedown was almost too easy. One of the men had wandered away from the group to relieve himself near a dumpster. Izuku moved swiftly, a precise chop to the neck rendering the thug unconscious before he could make a sound. He dragged the body into the shadows and secured his wrists with zip ties. 1 down. From there, it became a game of patience and precision. Izuku relied on his quirk, Analyst, which allowed him to observe and predict patterns with uncanny accuracy. Every step, every movement of his targets played out in his mind like a chessboard, the pieces shifting into place. Within minutes, the men outside were neutralized, their weapons confiscated and stashed out of reach. The real challenge lay inside the warehouse. Izuku slipped through a side entrance, his senses on high alert. The air was thick with the smell of oil and damp concrete. Machinery cluttered the space, providing ample cover as he moved deeper into the building. His breaths were shallow, quiet, every step a calculated risk. A group of 4 men were gathered near a table, counting stacks of cash under the dim glow of a single bulb. Izuku's lip curled in disgust. These were the same bills they had extorted from struggling shopkeepers, the lifeblood of families just trying to survive. He threw a smoke bomb, the small device hissing as it filled the room with a dense gray fog. Chaos erupted as the men shouted and stumbled, their vision obscured. Izuku moved like a shadow, disarming and incapacitating them with swift, precise strikes. He left them tied together in a corner, their own zip ties repurposed against them. The 2nd floor was quieter, but the tension was palpable. Izuku could feel it in the air, the subtle shift that came when danger was near. He ascended the stairs cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the thick soles of his boots. At the top, he found himself facing a closed door. The faint murmur of voices leaked through the wood. He pressed his ear to the door, straining to catch the conversation. "We've got to up the pressure," a gruff voice said. "If they're not paying, we're not hitting hard enough." Another voice, smoother but no less menacing, replied, "The boss isn't going to like it if this draws too much attention. We've already got heroes sniffing around." Izuku smirked. Heroes, maybe, but they hadn't counted on him. He kicked the door open, the sound reverberating through the hallway. The 2 men inside barely had time to react before he was on them. The fight was brief but intense, ending with both men sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. Izuku surveyed the room. A map of the neighborhood was pinned to the wall, marked with red circles that indicated their next targets. He snapped a picture with his phone before destroying it, tearing the map into pieces. His heart clenched at the sight of those marked locations, homes and businesses he had frequented while disguised as an ordinary passerby. A rustling sound behind him made him freeze. He turned to find a 3rd man bigger than the others, his fists crackling with electricity. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," the man growled, his voice laced with static. "But you're in over your head." Izuku didn't reply. He didn't need to. Instead, he moved, dodging the first surge of electricity with a grace that spoke of countless hours of training. The man lunged, swinging wildly, but Izuku stayed 1 step ahead, his analyst quirk breaking down the man's movements in real time. The fight ended with the thug slumped against the wall, unconscious. Izuku exhaled, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. He hadn't expected an electricity quirk, but it wasn't the first time he'd been caught off guard. He made a mental note to reassess his intel sources. As he exited the warehouse, Izuku's ears caught a faint sound, the swish of something slicing through the air. He dodged instinctively, spinning to face his new opponent. Eraserhead. The underground hero stood a few feet away, his capture weapon coiled loosely around his shoulders and his tired eyes fixed on Izuku. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. "Kairos," Eraserhead said finally, his voice neutral but firm. "I've heard about you." "All good things, I hope," Izuku replied, his tone light and teasing. "Though I'm guessing you're not here for an autograph." Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. "You're interfering with hero work." "Interfering? Or doing your job for you?" Izuku countered, gesturing to the subdued gang members scattered around the warehouse. "Looks to me like the neighborhood's a little safer now." "You're welcome." "This isn't a game," Eraserhead snapped. "You're going to get yourself killed." Izuku's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he masked it with a shrug. "Better me than the people they've been terrorizing. Besides, I've got a knack for staying alive." Eraserhead studied him, his expression unreadable. "You're skilled," he admitted grudgingly. "But reckless. You're going to slip up one day, and when you do, it's not just your life on the line." Izuku's gaze softened slightly, but he kept his tone light. "Noted. But tonight's not that night." "You could do more," Eraserhead added after a beat. "With resources. With backup." Izuku tilted his head, intrigued by the hint of something more in the hero's tone. "What? You offering me a job? Don't let the detective hear that," he teased, though his curiosity was genuine. "Just don't make me clean up after you," Eraserhead replied curtly, his face betraying nothing. "Deal," Izuku said with a grin, taking a step back into the shadows. "Stay safe, Eraserhead," he added in a lilting, almost sing-song tone that dripped with playful teasing. Without waiting for a reply, he disappeared into the night, his heart racing not from the fight, but from the encounter. There was something about the hero's calm intensity that lingered in his mind, a rare mix of respect and caution. By the time Izuku returned to the cafe, the adrenaline of the night had worn off, leaving a bone-deep exhaustion in its place. He slipped through the back entrance, careful not to make too much noise. He lived right above it with Dabi and Himiko. The apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of a lamp in the living area. Dabi was sprawled on the couch, half asleep but alert enough to glance up as Izuku entered. "Rough night." "Same as always," Izuku replied, dropping into a chair. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the night's events pressing down on him. "Himiko's out like a light," Dabi said, nodding toward the closed bedroom door. "She's been waiting up for you, but I told her you'd be late." Izuku smiled faintly, his exhaustion momentarily eclipsed by warmth. "Thanks." He rose and peeked into Himiko's room. She was curled up under a blanket, her breathing slow and steady. Izuku stepped closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Good night, sweetheart," he whispered. As he closed the door, he felt a flicker of peace. The world outside was chaotic, dangerous, and relentless. But here, within these walls, was his sanctuary, his family. And for them, he'd face any challenge, no matter the cost. Shoyuda Aizawa wasn't thrilled by the idea of another outreach mission. As part of his duties at UA, he was often called upon to check in on community projects, sometimes even visiting various businesses and local organizations. Today, it was the community center, one of UA's many sponsored initiatives, on orders from Netsu. Aizawa was used to the principal's cryptic directives, but this one felt like more than just a routine visit. He had a strong sense that there was something else going on, something important, though no one was telling him anything directly. His only companion on this trip was Ryo Inui, better known by his hero name, Hound Dog. Ryo was a senior hero who had worked with Aizawa on a few occasions, though they weren't really any closer than regular coworkers at UA. "Still can't believe we're doing this," Aizawa muttered as they walked through the bustling streets. "I didn't sign up for coffee runs and neighborhood babysitting." Ryo chuckled beside him, clearly unbothered by the situation. "I'm sure you'll survive, Shoyuda. And besides, the coffee here's worth it. This place has a lot of local support." I don't know why you insist on that, Aizawa grumbled. It's just coffee. Well, you're in for a treat then, Ryo said. Trust me. Coffee, Aizawa repeated, already skeptical. He had no particular love for coffee shops or cafes, even though he had a strong preference for a good cup of black coffee when he needed it, which to be fair was quite often. But the idea of spending his afternoon in a small, quirky establishment while his real work piled up felt. They rounded a corner and approached a nondescript building that had a modest sign in the window reading, "At Home," in neat, handwritten lettering. The cafe didn't look like much from the outside, but the soft hum of conversation and the smell of coffee wafting from the door suggested it was a popular spot. I don't see the appeal, Aizawa muttered as they entered. Inside, the warm glow of the cafe's cozy interior enveloped him. Wooden shelves lined the walls, stacked with books and small trinkets, and plants hung in small pots from the ceiling. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mixed with something else, a comforting, familiar fragrance that felt like it belonged to this little corner of the world. Cats. Everywhere. Aizawa froze for a moment, taking in the chaos of felines climbing on counters, curiously watching patrons, and snoozing on shelves. He smiled without realizing it. He was a cat person, just didn't like admitting it out loud. Did you say this place was good? Aizawa asked, his voice softer as he glanced at Ryo. The best in town, Ryo affirmed with a knowing smirk. And don't worry, you'll get the full experience. You can't come here and not meet Izuku. Great, Aizawa muttered, and while he looked around there was one cat that immediately caught Aizawa's attention. Machi, Ryo muttered under his breath. The little menace. Before Aizawa could ask what he meant, the fluffy white cat bounded off a nearby counter, meowing loudly as it made a beeline for the new arrivals. It leapt onto Aizawa's shoulder with a startling accuracy, nuzzling into his neck with an almost eerie familiarity. The cat, impossibly soft with fluffy fur, immediately began kneading Aizawa's shoulder as if it were its personal throne. Aizawa's hand twitched, and he absent-mindedly scratched the cat behind the ears. I thought you said this place had the best coffee. He shot Ryo an amused but slightly exasperated look. Ryo chuckled. You've met Machi. Izuku's pride, joy, and the reason for every gray hair. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. He's harmless. Yeah, Aizawa muttered, his voice dry, as long as he doesn't claw me to death. I promise, Ryo said, not missing a beat. He's a softy. The moment the words left his mouth, a voice from the counter interrupted them. Aizawa turned to see the cafe's owner Izuku Midoriya leaning against the counter with an easy, knowing grin. Ah, Inui-san. Glad to see you again, Izuku called out, his eyes flicking over to Aizawa with a quiet curiosity. His green hair, though a bit messy, framed his face in a way that made him seem both approachable and mysterious at the same time. He was sporting a green blouse with his sleeves rolled up, making his muscled arms stand out just a little more. Aizawa's eyes darted from those forest green eyes to his arms and back to the look Izuku gave him, one he couldn't quite place. Good to see you, Izuku, Ryo said, his tone light. Aizawa here is just joining me for the coffee. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, his tone light but direct, as though he were sizing Aizawa up in a way that felt intentional. Welcome to At Home. What can I get for you? Shuda's first impression was that he didn't want to be here, but he had no choice in the matter. Coffee, he muttered. Something strong. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Strong? You got it. His fingers flew over the espresso machine with practiced ease. So, you're with Yue? Izuku asked casually, as if he'd already figured it out. What brings you to my cafe? Shoyuda didn't quite know how to answer that. Nedza sent me, he said, trying not to sound as frustrated as he felt. Ah, the little rat's been busy, huh? Izuku chuckled under his breath, clearly amused by the situation. He turned back to the coffee machine without waiting for a reply. Well, let's see what we can do for you. Izuku placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of Shoyuda, his smile not quite matching the disinterest in his eyes. Here you go. A nice cup of coffee. Aizawa took the coffee, inspecting it briefly before taking a sip. It was good, no doubt about that. The bitterness was sharp but not overwhelming, the flavor smooth, just like how he preferred it. Still, it wasn't quite up to the level of the best coffee he'd had. Izuku clearly knew what he was doing, but there was something intentionally missing, like a challenge. Aizawa could tell that Izuku wasn't going to give him everything right away. "You're right," Aizawa said, setting the cup down on the counter. "It's decent." Izuku smirked. "Decent? You sure that's all? I thought you'd at least acknowledge the subtle hints of caramelization in the beans. Maybe you're just too much of a coffee snob to notice. Maybe I just don't like being teased." "Oh, you'll get used to it," Izuku said with a wink, clearly enjoying himself. "You seem like the type who doesn't mind a little banter." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "You know nothing about me." Izuku's smile softened into something more genuine. "True. But I'm pretty good at reading people." "Uh-huh," Aizawa said, his expression unreadable. He wasn't sure if he liked that answer or if it made him more suspicious. "Anyway," Izuku continued, turning to check on the other patrons, "if you need anything else, just let me know. But remember, no special treatment for newcomers. I'm not running a charity here." Just as he was about to speak again, a soft voice piped up from behind the counter, making both Aizawa and Ryo turn. "Looks like you're brewing up something nice, Dad." Aizawa blinked, his eyebrows furrowing slightly at the casual remark. Behind the counter stood a young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a simple apron and leaning casually against the edge of the counter, a smile playing on her lips. Aizawa couldn't quite place the familiarity in her tone, but she seemed to know Izuku quite well, seeing how she called the man Dad. Izuku, grinning now, shrugged. "It's just decent coffee, sweetheart." He gave Shoyuta a pointed look. Ryo, who had been watching the exchange with a knowing smile, snickered. He took a slow sip from his own cup. "I've been coming here for years, and Izuku knows how to make a coffee that'll make you feel like you've earned something." "Earned something?" Shoyuta repeated, now even more curious. "Dad?" He had so many questions. Where had the rat sent him? This felt like anything except a normal cat cafe that existed because of UA's outreach program. He made a mental note to question the rat when he got back at UA. "Yeah, I adopted her," Izuku replied, his tone softening. He paused, leaning against the counter with an easy, almost fatherly smile. "It's a long story." Aizawa watched him for a moment, something about the ease with which he shifted between teasing and serious, making him more curious than he expected. There was a sharpness to Izuku's wit, a calculated intelligence hidden behind his laid-back persona, and Aizawa couldn't help but feel a little intrigued. There was something different about him. Just as he was about to speak again, Machi leapt back onto the counter, this time knocking over an entire cup of coffee. The liquid splashed everywhere, including across Aizawa's lap. "Demenit!" Aizawa barked, jumping back in surprise as the cat dashed off with a high-pitched meow. Izuku sighed, wiping his hands on a cloth. "Apologies. I think he's taken a liking to you." Aizawa shot him a look, but it was clear that Izuku's teasing nature wasn't easily shaken. In fact, it felt like he was almost enjoying the entire thing. "Little menace," Aizawa muttered, wiping at his pants with the cloth Izuku had handed him. "You'll get used to him," Izuku said nonchalantly, already grabbing the mop to clean up the mess after offering Shoyuta napkins to clean himself. "Great," Aizawa muttered, still trying to calm his nerves. "What else do you have in store for me?" Izuku looked up with a devilish grin and winked. "Oh, I think you'll find out soon enough." The bell over the cafe door jingled as the early morning rush began to trickle in. The scent of freshly ground coffee beans, vanilla, and warm pastries filled the cozy space, mingling with a faint hint of catnip. A pair of sleek black cats lounged in the sun by the window, tails flicking in time with the quiet jazz playing from the speakers. Nearby, a fluffy cream-colored cat named Tiramisu stretched lazily, while a striped tabby named Shuro weaved between the legs of customers, hoping for attention. A dainty gray cat, Macaron, observed everything from atop a bookshelf, her amber eyes half-lidded in boredom. Across the room, Meringue, a white, long-haired fluffball, elegantly perched herself on a windowsill, eyeing the bustling cafe with disinterest. Machi, the resident troublemaker, leaped onto the counter, demanding attention. Izuku proprietor, barista and unofficial therapist was already behind the counter, sleeves rolled up, apron slightly askew, and a knowing smirk on his lips as he worked. His sharp green eyes tracked each customer who entered, making mental notes on their body language and moods as he prepared their drinks. Some customers, the regulars, got his best coffee, the perfect blend of carefully selected beans, expertly frothed milk, and just the right amount of care. Others, the strangers and occasional jarks, got his nice coffee still good, but lacking the personal touch. "Morning, Midoriya." A familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts, and he turned to see Detective Naomasa Tsukachi leaning against the counter, a knowing look in his eyes. "Tsukachi," Izuku greeted smoothly, already reaching for the detective's usual order. "What brings Japan's most persistent bloodhound to my humble establishment today? Do I have a warrant out I wasn't aware of?" Tsukachi chuckled as he pulled out a chair at the counter. "Not yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to put a bounty on you for these prices." He gestured toward the menu board. Izuku scoffed. "Quality comes at a cost, detective. If you want mediocre, there's a chain coffee shop a few blocks down that serves burnt motor oil in a cup." Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. "And yet, I keep coming back here. What does that say about me? That you have good taste?" Izuku slid a perfectly crafted cup of black coffee in front of him. "On the house. I assume you're here to pry, as always?" Tsukachi took a sip, humming in appreciation before setting the cup down. "Not pry, Percy. Just observe." Izuku leaned against the counter, giving him an exaggeratedly sweet smile. "That's what cops say before they start prying." Before Tsukachi could retort, the cafe door swung open, and a frazzled-looking college student rushed in, her shoulders hunched with stress. Izuku barely glanced at her before turning to grab a ceramic mug, already making her usual a lavender honey extra foam. The student reached the counter, opening her mouth to order, only to find the drink already waiting for her. "How did? You had an exam this morning," Izuku cut in smoothly. "And you always order this when you've pulled an all-night. Sugar helps, but lavender keeps you from crashing too fast. Drink up." The student blinked and blushed, then offered a grateful, exhausted smile. "You're kind of scary, you know that?" Izuku grinned. "I do, actually. But flattery won't get you a discount." She laughed before moving to a table, cradling her drink like it was the only thing keeping her alive. Nearby, Pudding, a round, golden cat, hopped onto her table, purring as he curled up beside her laptop. Tsukachi watched the interaction with an amused expression. "You do that a lot, don't you?" "Do what?" "Know exactly what people need before they even ask." Izuku gave a casual shrug. "It's an analyst thing. Patterns, routines, body language, it all tells a story. Besides, people are predictable. Just like you." He leaned forward, elbows resting on the counter. "You're not just here for coffee, are you?" Tsukachi sighed, shaking his head. "Fine. You got me." He took another sip before lowering his voice. "There's been an increase in underground activity lately. New players moving in. Unusual movement in the information trade." Izuku kept his expression neutral, but his fingers tightened slightly around the towel he was holding. "And you think I know something?" Tsukachi's gaze was steady. "I think you know everything." A slow smirk spread across Izuku's face. "Flattery will also not get you a discount." The detective huffed out a laugh. "Can't blame me for trying." He leaned back. "Just be careful, Midoriya. I know you've got your hands in a lot of different things, and I'd rather not see your name pop up in my case files for the wrong reasons." Izuku tilted his head. "Are you warning me, detective? Or looking out for me?" Tsukachi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he finished his coffee and set the cup down with a quiet clink. "You tell me." Before Izuku could respond, the door chimed again. This time, it was a group of established pro-heroes in uniform, laughing and chatting as they entered. One of them, a broad man with sharp, dark eyes, called out, "Yo, Midoriya. Gimme something strong, I was up all night on patrol." Izuku exhaled, shaking off the moment with Tsukachi before flashing his signature grin. "Fatgum, my man. You want strong? I've got just the thing. Try not to cry." As he moved to prepare the order, Tsukachi watched him with a contemplative look. Izuku wasn't just a cafe owner. He was an enigma, a man with too many secrets, too much knowledge, and too much kindness buried under all his sharp edges. And somehow, despite everything, he still chose to serve coffee and look after strangers in his little sanctuary. Later that day, as Izuku was closing up, Dabi leaned against the counter, arms crossed. That detective's been sniffing around a lot. Izuku didn't pause as he wiped down the espresso machine. He's harmless. Dabi's lips curled into a skeptical smirk. Harmless, my butt. Cops don't just observe unless they're looking for something. Izuku chuckled, tossing the rag aside. If he ever tries to arrest me, he'll have a hell of a time. Dabi huffed out a laugh. You're an idiot. Izuku smirked. But at least your father is a charming one. Dabi rolled his eyes but didn't argue. That evening the kitchen was alive with the comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon. Izuku stood at the counter, expertly kneading the dough, his hands working in rhythmic motion. Himiko, standing next to him with a grin, was rolling out dough with an almost professional finesse. The soft sound of flour hitting the counter and the light hum of the kitchen filled the space. Dad, you're kneading too hard, Himiko teased, her voice light with amusement. She nudged his arm playfully, her cheek dusted with flour. You're going to make the dough too tough. Izuku looked over at her, his brow furrowing in mock concentration. I'm not good at a lot of things, but baking's one of the few things I'm actually good at, he replied with a grin. His hands, though skilled, paused for a moment as he adjusted his technique to keep the dough light and airy. Himiko laughed, shaking her head. I never said you weren't good at it. I just thought you'd be more delicate. He chuckled, his eyes softening as he met her gaze. Delicate doesn't really fit my style. But I promise, this batch will be the best you've ever had. Himiko rolled her eyes but smiled, leaning over to check on his progress. The dough was smooth and pliable, just as it should be. You're not as bad at this as I thought. Izuku beamed, his confidence shining through. I might have a secret talent for baking, he said, winking. But I've had a lot of practice. The secret is in the technique and a lot of love. He reached over and gently smoothed out a crease in the dough with practiced ease, his fingers moving in swift but gentle motions. Himiko's eyes lit up as she watched him, clearly impressed. Oh, you're good. Maybe even better than me. She sighed dramatically, her shoulders slumping in mock defeat. Looks like I'll need to step up my game. Izuku laughed softly, brushing a bit of flour off her cheek. Don't worry, you're still my favorite apprentice. But I think you'll have to keep up if you want to keep being my baking partner. Deal, Himiko agreed, a wide grin spreading across her face. She grabbed another piece of dough and got to work, a little more cautiously this time, but still with the same infectious energy. Let's see if you can still teach me the perfect cookie technique, Dad. The two of them continued to bake together, exchanging jokes and tips, the sound of laughter and the hum of the kitchen creating the perfect backdrop to their evening. It wasn't just about the cookies, it was about the simple joy of being together, learning and growing, side by side. On the couch, Dabi sat strumming his electric guitar, his fingers moving lazily over the strings as he watched them. He didn't say much, but his presence was grounding. Izuku glanced over at him. You're unusually quiet. Dabi smirked, not looking up. Just enjoying the show. Himiko stuck her tongue out at him before going back to work. Ignore him. He's just mad because he burns everything he tries to cook. Dabi snorted but didn't argue. As they continued, the warmth of their little home wrapped around them like a familiar embrace. The soft jingle of the doorbell sounded as Shoyuta entered the cat cafe, and a wave of warmth greeted him immediately. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries filled the air, mingling with the delicate sound of soft jazz playing in the background. Cats were scattered throughout the cafe, some lounging lazily on the low tables or curled up in soft spots by the windows, others playfully batting at dangling string toys. The low hum of their content purring added to the cozy atmosphere, and Shoyuta found himself relaxing despite his usual stern demeanor. He paused just inside the door, his sharp eyes scanning the room quickly. His movements were precise, practiced, the way he surveyed his surroundings was just another instinct honed from years of being a hero. His gaze flicked to the back of the room, where the familiar figure behind the counter stood, a warm, inviting smile on his face. Izuku Midoriya, ever the cheerful barista, stood ready to greet him, his eyes lighting up when they met Shura's. Well, if it isn't my favorite grumpy hero," Izuku called, his voice teasing but filled with warmth. "Back for more of my expertly brewed coffee, or are you just here to stare at the cats again?" Shura's lips twitched, a frown pulling at his face as he tried to maintain his usual serious expression. "I came for coffee," he replied in his usual gruff tone, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tried to keep his cool. His gaze flicked around the cafe, taking in the cats lazing about, but his eyes briefly landed on the one cat who always seemed to get his attention, the cat who had already noticed him. Machi, the white cat with a penchant for causing trouble, was perched on his usual high shelf. His golden eyes gleamed as he locked onto Shoyuta, and the cat's tail flicked with a mix of curiosity and mischief. Shoyuta couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I'm not staring at the cats," Shoyuta muttered, but his tone lacked conviction. Izuku smirked, clearly enjoying himself. "Machi doesn't seem to agree with you. He's been waiting for you. Guess he missed you too." As he spoke, Izuku smoothly poured a fresh cup of coffee, sliding it across the counter with a wink. "I'd say you're becoming a regular, but that's already obvious." Shoyuta grumbled but couldn't suppress the slight smile that tugged at his lips, despite himself. "Machi's the worst cat in this place," he grumbled, though there was a hint of affection in his voice as he took the cup, the warmth of the coffee comforting him immediately. Izuku's grin widened. "Oh, I don't know about that. I think he likes you. You're his favorite human after all." Shoyuta let out a sigh of mock frustration, glancing over at Machi again. The cat had started making his way toward Shura's table, his eyes locked onto the man with what could only be described as intent. "He's the worst," Shoyuta muttered again, shaking his head as if that would somehow banish the mischievous cat from his thoughts. Izuku watched Shoyuta for a moment, the playful glint in his eyes still present, but there was something else there too, a subtle warmth, like the lingering touch of something more than just casual banter. "You keep saying that, but you keep coming back," Izuku said, his voice dropping to a teasing murmur. He leaned in a little, his eyes never leaving Shura's. "You sure it's just the coffee and the cats?" Shura's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained stoic. His mouth opened to retort, but the words seemed to catch in his throat, replaced by a rush of heat that he quickly buried beneath his usual cold exterior. Izuku grinned, taking another step closer to the counter. "Or maybe it's the handsome barista behind the counter you're after?" His voice held a lightness, but there was an undercurrent of something deeper. He wasn't just teasing anymore. Shoyuta fought to maintain his tough exterior, but his pulse quickened, and his thoughts scrambled to catch up with the situation. He was used to being in control, being the one who directed situations. But Izuku had a way of disarming him, of making him question things he hadn't been ready to face. And for once, Shoyuta didn't want to be the stoic, unfeeling man everyone assumed him to be. The warmth Izuku brought, whether intentional or not, was starting to chip away at his well-worn defenses. "Stop flirting," Shoyuta muttered, his voice harsh and dismissive, but even as the words left his mouth, he realized they were empty. He didn't want Izuku to stop, not really. It was obnoxious, sure, but it was also strangely exhilarating in a way he hadn't expected. Izuku's grin didn't falter, and there was something a little wicked in the way his eyes sparkled. "I think you like it more than you're letting on." Shoyuta could feel the warmth flooding his face, a strange combination of frustration and amusement stirring within him. He didn't know how to deal with the way Izuku's teasing made him feel, how it shifted from irritation to something else entirely. And the worst part? He wasn't sure if he wanted it to stop. Before he could respond, the sound of soft padding footsteps drew his attention. Shura's gaze snapped downward, and he saw it. Machi, with that all-too-familiar arrogance, was making his way toward Shoyuta with a slow, deliberate saunter. The cat meowed in what could only be described as an announcement of his arrival, his tail held high with undeniable purpose. Shoyuta let out a long, exasperated sigh, rubbing his temples as he watched the cat approach. He turned to Izuku, who was watching him with a knowing smile. "See? I told you he's out to get me." Izuku chuckled softly, clearly entertained by the scene unfolding before him. "Machi just knows you need a little company," he teased, though there was a warmth in his tone that suggested he wasn't just talking about the cat. He leaned back against the counter, folding his arms as he waited for Shura's next move. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, but as Machi hopped up onto the seat next to him and curled into his lap, something in Shura's chest loosened. He would never admit it out loud, but there was something strangely comforting about the cat's presence and the familiar quiet of the cafe that he couldn't help but enjoy. Shoyuta sighed and stroked the back of Machi's head, though he was still grumbling under his breath. "You really are the worst," he muttered to the cat, but it was a far cry from his earlier irritation. Izuku watched the interaction with a soft smile, his gaze warm as he leaned forward slightly. "I think you're starting to like him, whether you admit it or not." Shoyuta glanced at Izuku, his eyes narrowing slightly as he realized the barista was looking at him with a strange sort of understanding. He opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, his earlier retorts dying in his throat. Instead, he took a sip of his coffee, savoring the warmth that spread through him. The tension between them was thick, but there was a quiet acceptance to it, an unspoken understanding. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Shoyuta, with Machi in his lap, and Izuku, behind the counter, both comfortable in the silence. The soft clink of cups, the gentle murmur of the jazz music, and the purring of the cat were the only sounds in the room. Finally, Shoyuta set the coffee cup down and met Izuku's eyes, his expression softening just a little. "It's good coffee," he admitted, his voice quieter than usual. "And I like the peace here." He looked around the room, taking in the calming atmosphere, the soft glow of the dim lighting, the lazy stretch of the cats, the quiet hum of life. "That's all," he finished, his words uncharacteristically honest, though he said it with the same no-nonsense tone he always used. Izuku studied him for a moment, before giving him a slow, understanding smile. "You don't have to explain. I get it." The city streets stretched out before Shoyuta, bathed in the soft glow of lamplights and the cool, early morning chill. The usual bustle of the city was subdued at this hour, the noise of traffic and pedestrians muted under the weight of the quiet night. Shura's sharp eyes scanned the empty sidewalks and narrow alleyways as he walked, each step purposeful, each movement calculated. The air was crisp against his skin, a constant reminder of the vigilance required on these patrols. His mission tonight was no different than any other. Keep the streets safe. Stay alert. Find any signs of trouble before it escalated. But as he walked deeper into the quieter part of the city, a sense of unease settled in his gut, an instinct that told him something was amiss. He paused, tilting his head slightly as a shadow moved in the distance. Shura's gaze flicked toward it, eyes narrowing. The figure standing ahead was tall, cloaked in the darkness, almost blending into the backdrop of the alleyway. But even in the dim light, Shoyuta recognized the silhouette. Kairos. Shura's entire body tensed, his senses sharpening. His fingers curled into fists at his sides, ready for action. Kairos was a wild card, a vigilante who played by his own rules, never aligning with the heroes, never fully obeying the law. Shoyuta knew that he couldn't let his guard down around the man. And now, standing just ahead, he was waiting for him. "Kairos," Shoyuta called out, his voice low, but there was no mistaking the authority in it. "I've been ordered to bring you in. Don't make me chase you." Kairos didn't flinch, didn't even seem to be fazed by the sharpness of Shura's tone. Instead, he turned slowly, his lips curling into a teasing smirk that was mostly hidden behind his mask, as his piercing gaze met Shura's. There was a playful confidence in his posture as he pushed himself off the wall, his movements smooth and deliberate. Now, Eraserhead," Kairos drawled, the amusement in his voice unmistakable. "No need to rush things. I just called a detective about my present for you." Shura's brow furrowed, confused by the strange statement. His gaze flicked from Kairos to the shadows behind him, but it was only when the vigilante stepped aside that Shoyuta saw them, two villains, bound and gagged, leaning against the wall, perfectly secured. Shura's eyes narrowed in suspicion, his hand instinctively reaching for his capture weapon. "What do you mean by present?" Shoyuda demanded, his voice cold and hard. Kairos tilted his head slightly, his smirk deepening as he took a step toward Shoyuda, his pace languid but purposeful. "Oh, I think you'll find that we have mutual interests, Eraserhead," he said smoothly, his voice teasing as if he were reveling in the tension. "But you'll need to think a bit more carefully if you want to understand me." His eyes gleamed with an unspoken challenge, his lips curving upward ever so slightly. "I'm not just your average villain after all." Shuda's patience began to wear thin. His job wasn't to play games with vigilantes, especially not one like Kairos. He reached out, his hand aiming to grab Kairos by the arm, but the vigilante was too quick. With an almost mocking fluidity, Kairos sidestepped, dancing just out of Shuda's reach, a chuckle escaping his lips. "Stop being so difficult," Shoyuda growled, frustration rising in his chest. "I'm not here to play games with you." Kairos's smirk only widened, the teasing lilt to his voice making Shuda's irritation grow. "You don't like playing games?" he said, taking a step closer. "I thought you'd enjoy a little chase." There was a glint in his eye, and the words he spoke were laced with something darker, more playful. "Unless, of course, you like the thrill of being hunted." Shuda's breath caught in his throat as Kairos closed the distance between them. His heart rate quickened, a mix of irritation and something else, something he didn't want to acknowledge, pulsing through his veins. The vigilante was pushing every button, teasing him, and Shoyuda was having none of it. "Stop flirting with me, Kairos," Shoyuda bit out, his voice harsh as he took another step back, his body tense with restraint. "You're not getting away this time." Kairos stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow as if amused by Shuda's resistance. He let out a low, throaty laugh, his tone light but filled with mockery. "You know, Eraserhead, you're a lot more fun than I thought." His black eyes sparkled with mischief as he took another step back, his posture relaxed despite the tension in the air. "But I really must be going. The detective's waiting for my present to be delivered." His grin widened, a smug satisfaction coloring his words. "Until next time, Eraserhead." And with that he was gone. Shoyuda stood frozen in place, his chest heaving slightly from the unexpected encounter. His eyes scanned the empty alleyway where Kairos had just been, but the vigilante had already vanished into the shadows, leaving Shoyuda alone with the two tied-up villains. A seething frustration built up within him, his mind racing with questions. What had just happened? What game had Kairos been playing? He looked down at the villains, their faces masked in confusion and fear. They were securely bound, but something about this entire situation felt. There was no fight, no struggle, no chaotic scene. Just two captured villains and a disappearing vigilante who seemed to have everything under control. Shuda's hand twitched at his side, a mix of frustration and confusion settling in his gut. He had been trained to face villains head-on, to resolve situations with authority and strength. But Kairos had turned the tables on him, with his cocky smile and cryptic words. And worst of all, he had managed to get under Shuda's skin in a way no villain ever had. What was the connection? Was there more to Kairos than just a vigilante? Shoyuda couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper, something tied to the man in ways he hadn't even begun to understand. His mind flickered back to earlier that night, his patrol through the quiet city, his brief moment of calm before everything had spiraled into chaos. Now, there was only the lingering frustration and confusion that seemed to cloud his thoughts. He didn't like being left in the dark, especially not by someone like Kairos. There had to be more to the vigilante's motives, something he wasn't saying. And Shoyuda needed to find out what that was. The thought of Kairos, of his teasing, his smirk, his cryptic words only made Shuda's frustration grow. He couldn't let this slide, couldn't let Kairos slip through his fingers again. But as he looked back toward the empty alley, he couldn't help but feel like there was something about the encounter he couldn't quite shake. Shoyuda took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. He had two villains to deal with, after all. But even as he pulled out his comms device to contact the appropriate authorities, a part of him wondered just what it was about Kairos that made him so compelling. He didn't have time to dwell on it now. But the next time their paths crossed, he'd be ready. And next time, he wasn't going to let Kairos get away so easily. It was too early. Shoyuta had barely finished patrol before dragging himself into the cafe, exhaustion weighing on his limbs. He hadn't planned to stop by, but habit and maybe something else had led him through the door before he could question it. The scent of fresh coffee curled in the air, warm and rich, wrapping around him like a quiet comfort. It was still early enough that only a few patrons lingered, some nursing their drinks, others absorbed in quiet conversation. The atmosphere was peaceful. It made his muscles ache just a little less. Behind the counter, Izuku glanced up and immediately grinned. Rough night. Shoyuta only grunted in response, too tired to humor him. He made his way to his usual seat and all but collapsed into it, exhaling sharply as he leaned into the chair. Izuku chuckled under his breath. He didn't need more than that to know exactly what kind of night it had been. Without another word, he moved behind the counter, working with the effortless ease of someone who had long since mastered their craft. In a matter of moments, he was setting a steaming cup in front of Shoyuta, rich and aromatic, a delicate swirl of foam resting on top. Shoyuta stared at it for a long moment before his gaze flickered to Izuku, suspicion creeping into his expression. The latte art, a small cat curled into itself, only deepened his wariness. "This isn't your nice coffee, is it?" Izuku smirked, leaning on the counter with a lazy kind of confidence. Course not. You're my favorite customer." Shoyuta exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. Still, the coffee was warm in his hands, fingers instinctively curling around it. He took a sip, slow and careful. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, he knew. It was good. Too good. Perfectly balanced, smooth, and rich, DMN near addictive. He could already tell it had been made with far more care than whatever Izuku served to the rest of the early morning crowd. He almost scowled at how easy it was to tell the difference. His eyes widened just slightly before he schooled his expression into something unreadable. Izuku didn't miss it. "Good?" he asked, mischief dancing in his green eyes. Shoyuta lowered the cup, setting it back onto the saucer with deliberate slowness. "Acceptable." Izuku outright grinned. "Lie. You love it." Shoyuta didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, he took another sip, slower this time, feeling the warmth settle into his bones. Izuku was still watching him, still smirking, and Shoyuta could feel the weight of that gaze pressing against his skin. "Do you always hover over your customers like this, Midoriya?" Izuku's grin widened at the sharpness in Shuta's tone, like he enjoyed being challenged. "Only the ones I like," he said smoothly. Shoyuta clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly before turning his focus back to his drink. Then, after a moment, Izuku tilted his head. "You know, you can call me Izuku." Shuta's eyes flickered up to meet his, expression unreadable. "I already call you by your name, Midoriya." Izuku clicked his tongue, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "That's my last name." "It's still your name." Izuku leaned in slightly, the corner of his mouth curling. "Kamizawa," he teased, voice dipping lower. Shoyuta tensed just slightly at the way his name rolled so easily off Izuku's tongue. He frowned, bringing the cup back to his lips if only to delay responding. Izuku, of course, saw right through him. "What, too formal for you?" he prodded, green eyes gleaming. "You can say it. Just as simple, Izuku." Shoyuta didn't rise to the bait. He took another slow sip, gaze unreadable over the rim of his cup. Izuku hummed, watching him with far too much amusement. "Midoriya sounds so stiff. Like you're trying too hard to keep me at arm's length." Shoyuta finally lowered his cup, giving him a flat look. "Maybe I am." Izuku laughed at that, and something warm curled in Shuta's stomach at the sound. "All right, fine," Izuku conceded, leaning forward on the counter. His expression turned a touch softer, teasing giving way to something more genuine. "But you are here every other day, you know. Might as well drop the formalities." Shoyuta studied him for a long moment, fingers tapping lightly against the ceramic of his cup. Then, in a voice quieter than before, he murmured, "Fine. But only if you call me Shoyuta." The moment Izuku heard it, his real name, spoken like a rare concession, his eyes brightened. He grinned, not teasing this time, just pleased. All right then, Izuku said, easy and sure. Shoyuta? Shoyuta shivered. It wasn't dramatic, just the smallest, involuntary reaction. A slight tension in his shoulders, a subtle shift in his grip around the cup. Izuku noticed. Oh, he definitely noticed. His grin took on a more self-satisfied edge, but he didn't push it. Instead, he straightened, wiping his hands on a cloth before casually saying, "Let me know if you want another round, yeah?" Shoyuta said nothing. He just lifted the cup again, drinking to hide whatever had just unsettled him. Izuku chuckled and walked off, but his name still hung in the air, warm and lingering. Shoyuta ignored the way it made something in his chest tighten. Shoyuta had made the mistake of letting his friends know where he liked to get his coffee. He realized this the moment the bell above the cafe door jingled and the unmistakable voices of Hizashi and Namuri cut through the quiet. "Yo, Sho!" Hizashi called, grinning as he stepped inside. "Didn't peg you for a hipster coffee guy." "Or maybe it's not the coffee keeping him here," Namuri added slyly, her sharp eyes scanning the cozy shop before locking onto Shuta's usual seat. Shoyuta exhaled through his nose, already regretting not choosing a more hidden corner. "Go away." Before they could make themselves at home, a smooth voice interrupted. "Welcome to my humble establishment." Shoyuta knew that voice. He knew it well enough that he didn't have to look up to know exactly how Izuku was standing leaning lazily against the counter, eyes twinkling with mischief, that damnable grin already in place. But, to Shuta's horror, Izuku wasn't looking at him. He was looking at them. And who might these gorgeous people be? Namuri immediately preened, a delighted smirk curling on her lips. Hizashi let out a bark of laughter. "Oh, I like him," Namuri said, tilting her head. "Ding Sho," Hizashi whistled, elbowing him. "You've been holding out on us." Izuku smirked as he placed two menus on the table with an exaggerated flourish. "Anything for you, loves? A sweet treat maybe?" His voice dipped just enough to make it obvious he was laying it on thick. Namuri fanned herself dramatically. "Oh, he's dangerous." Hizashi shot Shoyuta a look, pure glee written all over his face. "So this is why you're always here." Shoyuta tensed. "Don't start." Before Hizashi could respond, there was a sudden thump on the table. A ball of white fur landed between them, tail flicking in pure feline arrogance. But Shoyuta barely had time to react before the cat Izuku's personal menace placed a paw directly on his coffee cup and stared at him. Izuku hummed, amused. "Ah, Machi's claimed your drink. That means you belong to him now." Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. "Call him off." Machi, the little beity, chirped and pushed the cup an inch closer to the table's edge. Namuri cooed, reaching out to scratch under Machi's chin. "Oh, he's adorable. Does he always do this?" Izuku smiled, watching as Machi gracefully stepped onto Shuta's arm like he owned him. "Only with people he likes." Hizashi laughed. "Looks like you're really part of the cafe, Sho. How come you didn't tell us earlier?" Shoyuta grumbled, but before he could remove the menace from his lap, Izuku's voice dropped into something softer, something just for him. "You wound me, Shoyuta," he murmured, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Are you really keeping me a secret?" Silence. "Shoyuta?" Namuri shrieked, eyes nearly bulging out of her skull. Hizashi slammed his hand on the table. "Hold on. Calls you Shoyuta?" Machi meowed as if to add his own judgment to the mix. Shoyuta activated his quirk to stop Hizashi from yelling too loud and pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering if it was too late to fake a phone call and escape. Izuku, of course, was unrepentant. He only grinned wider. "What else would I call my favorite customer?" Hizashi and Namuri shared a look before turning their full attention onto Shoyuta. The interrogation was inevitable. Machi curled up smugly in Shuta's lap, purring as if he had personally set this entire disaster into motion. Izuku leaned against the counter, watching the spectacle unfold with a satisfied smirk. When Shoyuta finally met his gaze again, Izuku winked. Shoyuta took a slow, deliberate sip of his coffee. Machi still sprawled across his lap and wished for death. It was mid-afternoon when Shoyuta stepped into the cafe, the bell above the door chiming softly. He barely glanced around before making his way to his usual seat, already shrugging off his capture weapon and rolling his shoulders. It had been a long day, and all he wanted was coffee. Strong, dark, and preferably made by a very flirty barista who. Aizawa? Shuta's head snapped up, eyes narrowing slightly at the familiar voice. Sitting at the counter, a half-empty cup of coffee in front of him, was Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Shoyuta blinked. Tsukachi? Tsukachi blinked back. What are you doing here? Before Shoyuta could answer, another voice chimed in, smooth and teasing. Boys, boys, Izuku drawled from behind the counter, his green eyes practically glowing with amusement. Let's not fight. There's plenty of me to go around. Shoyuta turned to glare at him. Tsukachi just looked bewildered. You know each other? Tsukachi asked, glancing between them. Izuku hummed, tilting his head. You didn't tell him, Shoyuta? He pouted. I thought we had something special. Shoyuta exhaled sharply through his nose, leveling him with a flat look. Izuku. Oh, first name basis. Tsukachi mused, his detective instincts clearly activating. He turned to Izuku, eyebrows raised. How do you know Aizawa? Izuku grinned. He's my favorite customer. He leaned forward, resting his chin in his palm. Comes in 4 times a week in the morning. Wednesdays he stays longer. Grades papers like a good teacher. Drinks my coffee like he needs it. His voice dipped, teasing. What can I say? I like taking care of him. Shoyuta felt heat crawl up the back of his neck. Tsukachi stared, mouth slightly open, before glancing at Shoyuta. You never mentioned this. Didn't think it was relevant. Tsukachi scoffed. Yeah, because you definitely don't look guilty right now. Izuku beamed, thoroughly enjoying this. Guilty? He repeated, amusement rich in his tone. Oh, detective, you wound me. I'm harmless. Shoyuta snorted. That's a DMN lie. Tsukachi held back a nod and sighed, rubbing his temple before turning back to Izuku. All right, fine. And how do you know him? He gestured vaguely to himself. Since apparently, I'm out of the loop here. Izuku grinned wider, effortlessly shifting gears. Naomasa, he purred, and Tsukachi visibly stiffened. You come in once every few weeks. You say it's for a good coffee, but I think it's just an excuse to see me. Tsukachi choked slightly, nearly knocking over his coffee. That's not. No need to be shy, Izuku teased, his voice practically dripping with false sympathy. I think it's sweet. First, it was just casual visits, but now? You're practically a regular. I feel honored. Tsukachi looked half dead inside. I hate this. I don't, Shoyuta muttered, smirking slightly. Oh. Izuku perked up, eyes gleaming as he turned his attention back to him. Does that mean you like my attention? Shoyuta met his gaze evenly. Means I'm used to it. Izuku grinned. Yet you keep coming back. Shoyuta took his coffee from the counter, letting the warmth seep into his fingers. Maybe I like a little punishment. Tsukachi coughed violently. Izuku lit up. Well, the barista mused, leaning in just a little closer. That's a dangerous thing to admit, Shoyuta. Shoyuta took a sip of his coffee, unaffected. So is flirting with 2 men who carry HNDCFFS. Izuku laughed, warm and rich, and for once, Tsukachi looked like he genuinely regretted showing up today. I need stronger coffee, the detective muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Izuku winked. Coming right up, handsome. Shoyuta watched as Tsukachi groaned, head thudding against the counter. This was a good afternoon. The cafe was quiet. Not just in the usual way, muffled voices, clinking cups, the soft hum of conversation, but truly quiet. The kind of silence that settled only after closing, when the last of the customers had long since left, and the world outside had slowed to a lull. Shoyuta sat in his usual seat, hands curled around a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm. He wasn't sure why he was still here. He had told himself he'd leave half an hour ago, and yet. Izuku moved behind the counter, wiping down the surfaces with an easy efficiency. The soft glow of the cafe lights cast warm shadows over him, catching in the strands of his curls as he worked. There was something about the way he moved, calm, unhurried, like he belonged in the quiet. Then, without turning around, Izuku spoke. "You're staying late again." Shoyuta exhaled, lifting the cup to his lips. "You're still open." That earned him a soft laugh. "I closed an hour ago." Shoyuta didn't move. Didn't react beyond the slow, even blink he leveled at Izuku when the man finally turned to face him. Izuku smirked, drying his hands before crossing the space between them. Instead of returning to his usual spot behind the counter, he slid into the seat across from Shoyuta, posture relaxed, but gaze sharp with something knowing. "You know," Izuku said, resting his chin on his hand, "you could just admit you like spending time with me." Shoyuta exhaled slowly, watching him over the rim of his cup. "You're exhausting." Izuku grinned, entirely unbothered. "But you're still here." Shoyuta didn't answer immediately. The cafe clock ticked softly in the background, marking the passing of seconds as the quiet stretched between them. Then, after a moment, "Yeah," Shoyuta murmured, the words slipping out quieter than before. Izuku's grin softened into something fonder. He didn't tease him for it. Didn't push. Instead, he reached into his apron pocket, pulled out a small slip of paper, and without comment casually slid it across the table. Shoyuta glanced down. A phone number. Izuku didn't acknowledge it. Just leaned back, stretching his arms above his head with a yawn before standing. "Well," he said, tone light, "if you're gonna linger, at least make yourself useful. You're good at brooding, but I could use an extra pair of hands with the chairs." Shoyuta huffed, but for some reason, he found himself tucking the slip of paper into his pocket. Izuku didn't look back as he started stacking chairs, but the knowing curve of his mouth said he'd noticed. And if Shoyuta lingered just a little longer that night, neither of them commented on it. Izuku's apartment upstairs from the cafe was warm and inviting, the smells of a hearty dinner filling the air as he worked in the kitchen. He moved with ease, chopping vegetables and stirring the pot, a soft hum escaping his lips as he lost himself in the rhythm of preparing the meal. It had been a busy day, but he always found a certain peace in cooking, especially for Himiko and Dabi. The two teens were sprawled out on the couch in the living room, their usual spot when dinner was being made. Himiko, as usual, was watching him closely, and Dabi was either pretending to be absorbed in his phone or occasionally glancing at him with that annoying smirk. Izuku glanced over his shoulder. "You two want to help, or are you just going to sit there and criticize my cooking again?" Dabi's eyes flickered up from his phone. "Nah, I'm good. I'm just here for the food, old man." Himiko tilted her head and smirked. "Sure. But are you making something easy or something fancy? Because I know you've been practicing just in case Shoyuta magically comes over for dinner." Izuku froze mid-stir, his hand tightening around the spoon. He quickly resumed stirring, but the heat in his cheeks was undeniable. "What are you talking about?" he muttered, trying to sound nonchalant. "Please," Himiko scoffed, leaning forward on the couch. "It's so obvious, Dad. You've been so extra lately, cooking like you're trying to impress someone." Izuku's cheeks burned brighter. "I'm just cooking dinner," he mumbled, trying to focus on the pan. Dabi smirked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Sure, just cooking. But you're also practicing for Shoyuta, huh? You know, the guy you've been super subtle about lately." Izuku sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "I'm not cooking for Shoyuta," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "I'm just cooking for you too." Himiko raised an eyebrow. "Right? Just like how you only make coffee for Shoyuta the way you do for no one else, right?" Izuku grumbled under his breath. "You two are ridiculous." Dabi let out a lazy laugh. "We're just saying, Dad. Shuta's not exactly hiding his feelings, and you're both acting like you don't notice." He paused, his grin widening. "How long are you going to keep this up?" Himiko leaned forward, folding her arms. "You know, if you just asked Shoyuta out, maybe you wouldn't have to cook alone every night." Izuku gave her a side glance. "I'm not cooking alone." "Sure, you're not," she teased, tilting her head. "But let's be honest, you'd love to cook with him, huh?" Izuku ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. "I'm not ready for that yet." Dabi snickered. "Sure, you're not. But if you don't hurry up, I'll just text Shoyuta myself and ask him out for you. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his face turning an alarming shade of red. You wouldn't dare, he muttered, trying to maintain some semblance of authority in front of his kids. I absolutely would, Dabi said nonchalantly, eyes back on his phone. You've been dragging your feet for weeks now. It's about time someone made the move for you. Himiko grinned widely. And you know what, Dad? If you're too shy to ask, I'll just make him some cookies and hand-deliver them with your feelings inside. Izuku groaned dramatically, hands planted on the counter as he leaned forward. Why is it always my kids who end up giving me life advice? Himiko stood up, walking over to where Izuku was stirring. Because we care, duh. Just ask him out already, okay? It's not rocket science. Izuku shot her a playful glare. And what if he says no? Then we'll just eat dinner with you while you sulk, Dabi said without missing a beat. But trust me, Shoyuta won't say no. He likes you. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips despite his embarrassment. You two are a nightmare. We're only trying to help, Himiko said, her voice softening for a moment. You deserve to be happy, Dad. Izuku's heart warmed at her words, and he found himself softening, his smile growing a little more genuine. I know, but I'll figure it out on my own time. Sure, Dad, Dabi said with a wink. But if you're not ready, we'll just keep pushing. We've got your back. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. You guys are lucky I love you. Well, lucky for you, we love you back, Himiko said with a grin, heading toward the table. Now, come on, Dabs. Dinner's ready and I'm starving. Izuku took a deep breath, watching them both settle at the table. As he finished preparing the last of the meal, he couldn't help but feel a little lighter despite the teasing. He wasn't quite ready yet, but maybe just maybe his kids were right. He was taking too long. The cafe was quiet, the last customer long gone. Izuku lingered behind the counter, the dim glow of the overhead lights casting a soft, NTMT ambience over the space. The familiar clink of cups and the hum of the espresso machine had faded, leaving only the low murmur of a conversation between him and Shoyuta, who sat at his usual spot at the bar. Izuku leaned on the counter, studying Shoyuta as the dark-haired man took another sip of his coffee, his usual unreadable expression in place. For a moment, Izuku allowed himself to let the silence linger, his mind racing with the words he knew he needed to say. It had been weeks of playful teasing, of flirting that had grown bolder and more comfortable. And now it was time. Izuku set his own cup down, his fingers brushing against the ceramic as he met Shuta's gaze. His heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression casual, his voice light. I think I've been flirting with you for about 2 months now, Izuku said, leaning in just a bit closer, letting the words hang in the air. Shoyuta didn't respond right away. He took another sip, then set his cup down with a soft clink. His eyes remained steady, though his lips twitched as though he might be holding back a smirk. You think? Shoyuta replied, his tone dry and almost amused. Izuku chuckled. Softly, running a hand through his hair. Very fine. I know. And I also know you haven't shut me down yet. Shoyuta hummed in response, his gaze never wavering, his cool demeanor still in place. Izuku found that particularly endearing how Shoyuta could stay so composed, even when the tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. Izuku's grin widened, his eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and hope. So, he said, voice quieter now, how about dinner? A real date. Shoyuta blinked at him, caught off guard by the directness. His usual mask of cool detachment faltered for just a second, and he took another sip of his coffee, staring into his cup for a moment before looking back up at Izuku. Wait, you're actually asking me out? Shoyuta muttered, disbelief creeping into his voice, though his eyes were sharper than ever. Izuku grinned even wider, unable to hide his amusement. I mean, it's not like I've been dropping hints for fun. Shoyuta grumbled under his breath, but there was a faint smile tugging at his lips despite his best efforts to suppress it. You're relentless, he muttered, looking away as if trying to avoid eye contact. Izuku leaned forward slightly, his voice teasing. And you like it? Shoyuta gave him an exaggerated sigh, clearly trying to act like he wasn't at least a little flustered. Fine. One date, he grumbled, looking like he wanted to roll his eyes. But only if that ends this never-ending flirting. I'm not sure how much longer I can take it. Izuku's grin widened into something softer, more genuine. One date, then, he said, voice a mix of triumph and affection. Friday. I'll pick you up. Shoyuta rolled his eyes but didn't seem entirely opposed. There was a strange softness in his gaze, something that made Izuku's chest tighten with excitement. All right, fine. Friday, Shoyuta said, his voice low but not without a hint of warmth. But don't get any funny ideas, all right? Izuku smirked. No promises. Shoyuta snorted, clearly resigned to the fact that there was no way out of this now. He took another sip of his coffee, the smallest of smiles tugging at his lips. Izuku straightened up, heart racing a little faster now. It was official, this was happening. He had done it. He had asked Shoyuta out, and to his surprise, Shoyuta had said yes. Shoyuta finished his coffee and stood, grabbing his jacket from the back of his chair. Before he could turn to leave, Izuku caught his eye one more time, his grin still intact. I'll see you Friday then, Izuku said, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable sense of excitement. Don't be late. Shoyuta paused in the doorway, giving Izuku one last, almost fond look. I won't, he said quietly before he walked out of the cafe. Izuku watched him go, feeling the rush of adrenaline still coursing through him. The awkwardness had dissipated, and now they were heading into unknown territory together. Izuku let out a slow breath, his grin not fading for a second. One date. One step closer. And he couldn't wait for Friday. The golden hues of early evening filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow over the apartment. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, tilting his head slightly as he scrutinized his reflection. His green curls were being particularly stubborn tonight, refusing to stay in place no matter how much he tried to tame them. His shirt, a deep emerald green, fitted just enough to be flattering, looked fine, objectively speaking. Still, he smoothed his hands over the fabric for the third time, exhaling slowly. Dad? Himiko groaned from the bed, where she lay sprawled on her stomach, swinging her legs idly. You look fine. Stop freaking out. I'm not freaking out, Izuku muttered, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve. He hesitated for a beat before running a hand through his hair again, undoing all the effort he'd just put into it. Dabi, slouched against the arm of the couch, let out a bark of laughter. Oh, let him. It's hilarious seeing him nervous for once. Izuku turned to glare at him. I'm not nervous. Dabi arched a scarred brow, a slow smirk tugging at his lips. And I don't set things on fire for fun. Himiko giggled, flipping onto her back to peer at Izuku upside down. You like him, she sing-songed, grinning mischievously. That's why you keep messing with your hair and fixing your shirt when it was perfect the first time. Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't dignify her with an answer. He grabbed his cologne off the dresser, applying a light spritz before tossing a glance at his reflection again. His fingers grazed his wrist, the ghost of a bruise hidden beneath the cuff of his sleeve. He pushed the thought aside. Tonight wasn't about anything but this date. His first real date with Shoyuta. Dabi stretched lazily, popping his neck before looking at Izuku with a half-lidded gaze. So, where's your lucky date taking you? A candlelit dinner? Romantic rooftop picnic? Or maybe just a quiet alley where you can make out like teenagers? Izuku scoffed, shoving his wallet into his pocket. I'm taking him to dinner, and I have no idea what's coming after that. Oh, Himiko teased. Leaving it open-ended, huh? How scandalous. Dabi snickered. Well, make sure you use protection of all kinds. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. I am not having this conversation with you. Dabi's grin only widened. Come on, you don't think I give bad advice, do you? Your advice is terrible, Izuku deadpanned. It's the equivalent of setting a house on fire and then saying, well, at least it's warm now. Hey, warmth is important, Dabi shot back, completely unrepentant. Himiko rolled onto her stomach again, propping her chin in her hands. Okay, but actually, Dad, you look great. Shuta's gonna love it. For a moment, Izuku paused, her words softening something in his chest. He turned to her, his expression gentler. Thanks, Hime. She beamed. Dabi rolled his eyes. Yeah. Now get out of here before you start giving us a lecture on how important dating etiquette is. Izuku snorted but nodded, grabbing his keys. Alright, I'm going. As he stepped toward the door, Dabi called out one last time, his voice laced with amusement. Try not to fall too hard, lover boy. Izuku shot him a dry look over his shoulder before shutting the door behind him. His heart pounded a little harder than usual as he walked toward his car. Maybe he was nervous. But as he thought of Shoyuta, waiting for him, dressed in whatever effortlessly attractive outfit he had chosen, Izuku decided he didn't really mind. Izuku pulled up outside Shuta's apartment, double-checking the address even though he'd memorized it days ago. The street was quiet, bathed in the dim glow of streetlights. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders before stepping out of the car. His ribs ached slightly from the movement, but he pushed the discomfort to the back of his mind. Tonight wasn't about that. He had barely made it to the front of the building when the door swung open, and Shoyuta stepped out. Izuku paused mid-step, momentarily thrown off balance. Shoyuta always had an effortless kind of presence, a quiet confidence that demanded attention without asking for it. Tonight was no different. Dressed in a black button-up with the top few buttons undone, dark jeans that fit him just right, and his ever-present tired eyes, he looked unfairly attractive. His hair was still slightly messy, like he had run a hand through it just before walking out. Izuku let out a low whistle, grinning. You clean up well. Shoyuta eyed him, taking in the forest green button-up Izuku had chosen, the sleeves rolled up just enough to show off his forearms, paired with fitted black slacks. He arched a brow. You're overdressed. Izuku smirked. I like making an impression. He winked, stuffing his hands into his pockets as Shoyuta stepped up beside him. They walked to the car in comfortable silence, but Shuta's sharp eyes didn't miss the way Izuku's fingers twitched when he reached for the passenger door handle to open it for Shoyuta. It was a barely there hesitation, a moment of stiffness in his movement that most people wouldn't have noticed. But Shoyuta wasn't most people. He filed it away, slipping into the car without comment. Izuku slid into the driver's seat, rolling his shoulders again, an unconscious tell. Shoyuta hummed lightly. Rough day. Izuku's hands stilled for half a second on the steering wheel before he shot Shoyuta a crooked smile. Not particularly. Just looking forward to dinner. Shoyuta didn't push yet. Instead, he gave Izuku a long, unreadable look before settling back into his seat. Let's hope the food's worth the effort. Izuku chuckled as he started the car, ignoring the dull ache in his ribs. Oh, trust me. It will be. The alley was too narrow, giving Kairos little room to maneuver. His opponent was a brute, built like a wall of muscle with a quirk that amplified his strength with every strike. The moment Kairos had engaged, he'd known it would be a tough fight. One wrong step, one mistimed dodge, and he'd be sent flying. Unfortunately, he hadn't been fast enough to avoid the first devastating hit. Pain exploded in his ribs as the villain's fist connected, sending him crashing into the opposite wall. The impact rattled through his bones, knocking the breath from his lungs. Sharp, searing pain flared in his side, bruised at best, cracked or fractured at worst. His vision blurred for a moment, but he forced himself to stay upright, swallowing the pained grunt that threatened to slip free. The villain grinned, cracking his knuckles. Not so quick now, huh? Kairos exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He could feel the familiar thrum of adrenaline, pushing back the worst of the pain. He rolled his shoulders, forced a smirk onto his face. You hit hard. I'll give you that. The villain sneered. I'll hit harder next time. Kairos dodged as the brute lunged again, barely avoiding another crushing blow. He couldn't take another direct hit. His ribs wouldn't hold up. He had to be smart about this. His mind raced, analyzing the villain's patterns. Every time he swung, he overextended, relying too much on brute force. That left him open, just for a second. Kairos feinted left, baiting another strike. The villain took the opening, throwing his full weight into a punch that would have broken bones if it connected. It didn't. Kairos twisted at the last moment, stepping inside the brute's guard. With precise, practiced movements, he struck fingers jabbing into nerve clusters, knees slamming into a vulnerable joint. The villain roared in pain, stumbling. Kairos didn't let up. He grabbed the man's wrist, twisting sharply before driving him to the ground, locking his arms behind his back in a brutal hold. The villain thrashed, but Kairos kept up the pressure, pressing a knee against his spine. "Stay down," he warned, voice light despite the ache in his ribs. "I'd rather not make this worse for you." Heavy footsteps echoed down the alley. Relief washed over Kairos as familiar figures approached. Tsukachi and his team moved in swiftly, securing the villain in heavy-duty cork restraints. Kairos finally let himself slump against the alley wall, careful to keep his posture casual despite the fire burning in his ribs. His breath was steady, controlled, but every inhale sent sharp reminders of the earlier impact. Tsukachi's unimpressed stare met his. "You look like hell." Kairos grinned, tilting his head. "Detective, you should see the other guy." Tsukachi sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You're the other guy." "Ah, but I'm still standing, aren't I?" Kairos replied, voice as light as ever. He ignored the way his side throbbed in protest, ignored the way his muscles screamed for rest. He had to keep up appearances. Tsukachi wasn't fooled. His sharp eyes flickered to where Kairos was subtly favoring one side. "How bad?" Kairos pushed off the wall, rolling his shoulders with forced ease. "Just a love tap." Tsukachi gave him a flat look. "Kairos." "I'll be fine," Izuku interrupted smoothly. "Nothing a bit of rest won't fix." "Rest," Tsukachi repeated dryly. "Like you're actually going to take it easy." Kairos flashed him a grin, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You wound me, detective. I'll have you know I'm an expert at self-care." Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. "One day, I'm going to cuff you myself just so you'll sit still for once." Kairos' grin widened. "Kankiwai." Tsukachi groaned. "Get out of here before I actually arrest you for being a menace." Kairos gave him a two-fingered salute, pushing away from the wall with deliberate ease. The second he was out of sight, however, his smirk faded, replaced by a grimace as he pressed a hand to his side. He was definitely going to feel this tomorrow. And he had a date. Fantastic. The restaurant exuded an understated elegance, dim lighting casting warm glows over dark mahogany tables, the hum of quiet conversations blending with soft instrumental music. A candle flickered between them, reflecting in the deep red of the wine swirling in Izuku's glass. It had chosen the bottle with effortless ease, speaking to the sommelier with the practiced charm of someone who knew exactly what he wanted. He didn't just order wine, he selected it, appreciating its texture, the way it would complement their meal, the warmth it would bring to the evening. Shoyuta had noticed that about him, how easily he navigated social spaces. Even now, dressed in a crisp emerald green button-down that complemented the deep hues of his eyes, he held himself with natural confidence. His dark green curls, still unruly despite his attempts to tame them, caught the soft glow of candlelight, revealing subtle gold highlights where the light hit just right. He was a contradiction, lean but strong, an easygoing smirk hiding sharp, assessing eyes, a light tease covering something deeper. "You're surprisingly social for someone who spends so much time brooding," Izuku remarked, his voice smooth, teasing as he took a slow sip of wine. Shoyuta huffed, swirling the liquid in his own glass. "And you're surprisingly smooth for someone who was obviously nervous before picking me up." Izuku's brow quirked in challenge, but the corner of his lips curled upward. "Oh, thought I was handling myself quite well." Shoyuta let the statement hang for a moment, watching as Izuku leaned back in his chair, effortlessly relaxed but still entirely engaged. It was clear he was enjoying himself, the flirtation as much a part of him as the air he breathed. Izuku Midoriya was a man who knew how to charm, how to draw people in, and Shoyuta wasn't immune to it. The glint in those green eyes, the playful smirk, it was all part of the game. But Shoyuta had never been one to play fair. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping into something lower, smoother. "You are," he allowed, taking a slow sip of his wine. "But I wonder if you're always this confident, or if you just like the chase. Izuku blinked, and for the first time that evening, hesitated. It was the smallest thing, the subtle pause, the flicker of something unreadable in his gaze, but Shoyuta caught it. He knew the rhythm of flirtation, the natural back and forth. But this was something different. Izuku started, but his voice faltered, just for a fraction of a second. Shoyuta smirked, taking his time setting down his glass before tilting his head slightly. What happens when the chase is over, Izuku? The shift in atmosphere was nearly tangible, a slow burn creeping between them, crackling at the edges. Izuku had been in control for most of the evening, his usual playful flirtation keeping things light. But now, Shoyuta had turned the tables, and Izuku wasn't quite sure how to respond. He swallowed, clearing his throat before speaking. "Well," he said, his voice steady, though the faintest hint of pink dusted his cheeks. "I guess we'll just have to find out, won't we?" The smile he offered was still confident, but there was something else beneath it now, something softer, less calculated. Shoyuta had caught him off guard, and for all his smooth talk, he wasn't immune to the effect of being pursued himself. Shuta's smirk deepened, clearly pleased with himself. He didn't need to say anything more, the challenge had been laid, and they both knew it. "We will," he murmured, taking another sip of his wine. And Izuku, despite his confidence, felt his pulse quicken under the weight of Shuta's gaze. The conversation flowed between them after that, dipping into familiar and unfamiliar territories. Shoyuta asked about the cafe, about how business had been, and Izuku shared stories of interesting customers, of the way Ryo always seemed to know when he needed a cup of coffee himself. He spoke about Himiko and Dabi in a way that made it obvious how much he cared for them, his voice warming when he mentioned their antics. "They're insufferable sometimes," Izuku admitted with a laugh. "Dabi thinks he's a comedian, and Himiko is convinced she's my stylist. You should have heard the lecture she gave me before I left the house tonight." Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what wisdom did she impart?" Izuku grinned. "Something about less is more, and how I should stop trying so hard to impress my boyfriend." Shoyuta hummed, taking another sip of his wine. "And are you?" Izuku tilted his head. "Trying too hard?" Shoyuta set his glass down, fingers tracing the rim lazily as he regarded Izuku. "Impressing me." The words sent a shiver down Izuku's spine, and he exhaled a breath that felt shakier than he wanted it to. He hadn't expected Shoyuta to play this game so well, to meet him toe-to-toe and throw him off balance so effortlessly. But gods, it was exhilarating. "I guess that depends," Izuku murmured, his smirk returning. "Is it working?" Shoyuta didn't answer immediately. He let the silence stretch just long enough to make Izuku shift slightly in his seat, anticipation curling in the space between them. Then, finally, he leaned back, smirking in a way that sent warmth pooling in Izuku's stomach. "Maybe." Izuku's laughter came breathless, and he picked up his glass again, hiding his smile behind the rim as he took a slow sip. His mind buzzed with the weight of Shuta's gaze, with the teasing edge in his voice. He had come into this evening expecting to be the one in control, the one leading the flirtation with ease. But Shoyuta had flipped the script on him, and Izuku found that he didn't mind in the slightest. They lingered over their meal, conversation flowing easily, charged with something that neither of them named but both of them felt. And as the night stretched on, Izuku found himself wanting to see where this went, how far Shoyuta was willing to push him, how much he was willing to let himself fall. As their meal neared its end, Shoyuta took a quiet moment to observe Izuku. He had expected the man to be charming, flirty, even. Maybe a little smug if he was feeling particularly bold. But what he hadn't anticipated was how much he would enjoy being toyed with. It was an art, the way Izuku wielded his words, the way he navigated conversation with sharp wit and effortless charm. He had an ease about him, like a man who knew exactly what effect he had on others and used it deliberately. But what fascinated Shoyuta wasn't just his confidence. No, it was the rare moments he caught him off guard. The subtle hitch in Izuku's breath when Shoyuta leaned in too close, the way his fingers tensed ever so slightly around the stem of his wineglass when their knees brushed under the table. Those fleeting seconds where he faltered were his carefully controlled. Bravado cracked made something coil tight in Shuta's chest. Something possessive. Shoyuta tilted his glass, swirled the last sip of wine before bringing it to his lips. The deep red liquid was rich and dry on his tongue, but his focus wasn't on the taste. It was on Izuku, leaning back in his chair with the kind of posture that suggested ease but lacked true relaxation. His fingers trailed absently along the rim of his glass, but there was a new awareness in his body, a tension just beneath the surface. Interesting. Shoyuta set his glass down deliberately, fingers dragging along the smooth stem just a second too long, letting the moment stretch before he finally spoke. You always this fun to play with, or is it just me? Izuku blinked, and Shoyuta caught it that brief, telltale pause before he recovered with a slow, amused chuckle. His fingers tightened around his glass, just enough for Shoyuta to notice, before he leaned forward again, tilting his head slightly. Well, Shoyuta, he murmured, his voice a touch lower, a teasing lilt curling at the edges. I'd tell you I don't usually let people play with me, but that might give you the wrong idea. Shoyuta let the words settle between them. The restaurant was still softly buzzing with conversation, the warm golden glow of the overhead lights making Izuku's green eyes burn with something unreadable. Shoyuta could push here, could lean in, press his advantage, see if he could get that hesitation to return. Instead, he smirked. Leaning in just slightly, he let his voice dip into something low, slow, velvety smooth. Oh, I think I already have the right idea. Izuku shifted. Not much but enough. The movement was subtle, but it was there. His knee brushed against Shuta's under the table, a whisper of contact that lingered just a fraction too long to be accidental. His grip on his glass didn't tighten this time, but his fingers stilled, resting lightly on the surface. Etel. Shoyuta watched him, waiting. Izuku exhaled through his nose, slow and measured, before a smirk tugged at his lips. He didn't move away. And that was all the answer Shoyuta needed. He sat back, satisfied, letting the air between them hum with unspoken tension. The game was fun. But the chase? That was even better. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the cool night air wrapped around them, crisp against their skin. The city hummed in the distance, the sound of faint traffic blending with the occasional murmur of pedestrians passing by. Above them, the sky was a deep, endless expanse, the stars barely visible past the soft glow of the streetlights. Shoyuta shoved his hands into his coat pockets, stealing a glance at Izuku beside him. The younger man looked relaxed, or at least he appeared to be, his head tilted back slightly as he took in the night, the corners of his lips still curved in that ever-present, teasing smirk. But there was a new ease in his posture, something quieter than the playful confidence he had wielded at dinner. A nearby park stretched out ahead of them, its entrance flanked by tall, old trees, their bare branches shifting slightly in the breeze. The winding path was dimly lit, old-fashioned street lamps casting long shadows across the pavement. It was the kind of night that made it easy to walk just a little slower, to let the conversation linger, to savor the last moments of something that neither of them wanted to end just yet. Izuku slowed his steps first, deliberately just enough to let the space between them shrink, bit by bit. Shoyuta noticed but didn't comment. Instead, he matched the pace, letting the quiet settle between them. Their hands swung at their sides at first, tucked into their respective pockets, their strides falling into an easy rhythm. The first time their fingers brushed light, fleeting, neither of them reacted. A simple accident, a moment too brief to mean anything. Then it happened again. A second time. Izuku still didn't pull away. Neither did Shoyuta. A slow smirk tugged at the edge of Shuta's lips, the corners of his eyes narrowing just slightly. He shifted ever so slightly, his pinky hooking barely, just barely against Izuku's. The contact was featherlight, nearly nothing at all. But Izuku stilled beside him, his breath hitching for just a second before he exhaled slowly. "You're awfully quiet," Izuku finally said, his voice smooth but just a little softer than before. He glanced at Shoyuta with a small, knowing smile. Shoyuta hummed non-committally, eyes fixed ahead. "Just wondering if you always let your guard down this much." Izuku exhaled a quiet laugh, tilting his head up, gaze flickering toward the sky. "Guess I like the company." His voice was light, but there was something sincere beneath it. Something that made Shoyuta pause for half a second longer before he shifted again, this time deliberately. His fingers hooked more firmly around Izuku's, not quite holding but not letting go immediately either. Izuku's breath stuttered for just a moment, and Shoyuta caught the way his throat bobbed when he swallowed. The warmth of his skin, even through the chill of the night, was noticeable. But just as Izuku started to say something, just as the weight of the moment settled between them, he flinched. It was small, almost imperceptible. A barely there twitch in his shoulders, a tension that vanished just as quickly as it came. But Shoyuta noticed. He always noticed. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes, his steps slowing as something sharp and instinctual tugged at his senses. What was that? His voice was quiet, but it cut through the night air like a blade. Izuku didn't miss a beat. What was what? His response was smooth, too smooth. Shoyuta stopped walking entirely, turning fully toward him. The dim glow of the street lamps cast long shadows, playing off Izuku's face, highlighting the carefully crafted ease in his expression. But Shoyuta knew better. You flinched. Izuku stilled for half a second, so fast it was almost imperceptible, but Shoyuta caught it anyway. It was in the way his shoulders tensed, in the almost lazy way he pet his head, a beat too practiced to be real. The candlelit confidence from dinner still lingered in Izuku's eyes, amusement curling at the edges of his mouth, but now there was something else lurking beneath it. Something more measured, more controlled. Maybe you're just seeing things, Izuku said, his voice light, teasing, but there was a calculated edge to it now. Shoyuta exhaled sharply. Liar. He took a step closer, gaze sharp and searching. The air between them shifted, the playfulness of their earlier banter thinning into something heavier, something unspoken. Izuku. It wasn't just his name, it was a demand. A call to drop the act, to stop weaving whatever mask he was slipping into. Izuku didn't look away, but something flickered in his expression, something too fleeting, too well hidden to name. But it was there. And Shoyuta wasn't about to let it go. Izuku didn't answer, not with words, at least. Instead, he stepped forward, slow and deliberate, closing the distance between them in a way that felt almost predatory. His footfalls were soft against the pavement, but each step carried an unspoken promise, something thick and electric hanging between them in the night air. Shoyuta watched him, unblinking. His muscles coiled, but he didn't move away. He didn't stop him. Izuku's hands, which had been tucked so casually in his pockets moments ago, slid out with a fluid motion, fingertips ghosting against the front of Shuta's coat. It was barely a touch, just the lightest brush against the fabric, but it was enough to send a spark along Shuta's spine. And then Izuku tilted his head, just slightly, his breath warm as it fanned over Shuta's lips. Close. Too close. Shoyuta exhaled sharply, his hands twitching at his sides as he resisted the instinct to reach for him to seize control of whatever this was. Izuku smelled like wine and something deeper, something unmistakably him. It lingered between them, intoxicating, making it just a little harder to think. You ask too many questions, Izuku murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, but it slid against Shuta's senses like velvet, smooth and teasing. Shuta's gaze flickered, dropping to Izuku's mouth before snapping back up to his eyes. The distance between them was practically non-existent. Izuku was right there, the barest tilt forward away from a kiss, from something irreversible. And then just as easily, just as deliberately, Izuku pulled back. Not all the way, just enough. Just enough to leave Shoyuta hanging, breath caught, anticipation stretching tight in his chest. Izuku's gaze flickered downward, slow, lingering, taking in the way Shuta's lips parted slightly, the way his breath stuttered. The heat in his eyes was unmistakable. He smirked. Shoyuta clenched his jaw, fingers curling into fists at his sides. Izuku thought he was in control. That was cute. It was the last thought Shoyuta had before he moved. Izuku barely had a second to register what was happening before Shuta's hand gripped the front of his collar, tugging him forward with a force that sent his balance tipping. He stumbled, just slightly, breath catching in his throat, but Shoyuta steadied him effortlessly. And then their lips crashed together. The kiss was rough, almost punishing, like Shoyuta was reprimanding him for pulling away, for teasing, for hiding whatever pain he was trying to brush off. There was no hesitation in the way Shoyuta took control, fingers tightening in the fabric of Izuku's coat, keeping him exactly where he wanted him. It wasn't careful, wasn't gentle. It was heat and frustration and the weight of everything unsaid between them. Izuku let out a muffled sound, more surprise than protest, and instinct kicked in. His hands shot up, fingers gripping Shuta's shoulders, pressing hard enough to feel the muscles tense beneath his coat. He wasn't used to this, being on the receiving end of something so sudden, so possessive, but it was intoxicating. Shoyuta didn't just kiss, he claimed. His other hand slid into Izuku's unruly curls, fingers threading through the thick strands before gripping at the base of his skull. He tugged, just slightly, just enough to tilt Izuku's head back and deepen the kiss. Izuku's breath stuttered, knees threatening to buckle as heat curled low in his stomach. It should have been unnerving, the way Shoyuta moved, like he had Izuku figured out from the start, like he already knew every reaction he could pull from him. But it wasn't. It was thrilling. Izuku melted into it for just a moment, letting himself drown in the sensation, Shuta's warmth pressing against him, the way he tasted of wine and something darker, something unshakably him. He could feel the press of stubble against his skin, the rough drag of Shuta's calloused fingers against the nape of his neck. Every sensation was sharp, raw, electric. And then Izuku regained his footing, regained control. He exhaled sharply through his nose, pressing forward, closing the last inch of space between them like he refused to be outdone. His grip tightened in Shuta's coat, his own teeth catching slightly against Shuta's lower lip, dragging just enough to be felt. A silent challenge. A push back against Shuta's overwhelming presence. The low sound Shoyuta made in response was nearly a growl, reverberating against Izuku's lips. It was everything and not enough. When they finally broke apart, it was with a sharp inhale, as if neither of them had remembered to breathe. Izuku's lips were red, slightly swollen, tingling in the aftermath. His chest rose and fell in uneven pants, and there was a pulse in his veins that had nothing to do with the chill in the air. Shoyuta didn't let go immediately. His fingers remained tangled in Izuku's hair, his other hand still curled into the front of his coat. Their faces hovered mere inches apart, breaths mingling, and in the dim glow of the street lamp, Izuku saw Shuta's pupils blown wide, his expression dark and unreadable. Then, Shuta's grip on his coat loosened, just slightly. His voice, lower than before, raspier, cut through the silence. "Next time," he murmured, his breath ghosting over Izuku's lips, "just tell me when you're hurt." Izuku swallowed, throat dry. His gaze flickered away for half a second before he smirked, slow and lazy, masking whatever unreadable emotion lurked just beneath the surface. Noted. But they both knew it was a lie. The alley reeked of damp asphalt and old garbage, the kind of stench that clung to fabric and skin no matter how many showers followed. Neon lights flickered weakly above rusted fire escapes, casting jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. It was well past midnight, but this part of the city never truly slept, especially not in the underbelly where deals were made in the dark. Shoyuta Aizawa stood at the mouth of the alley, arms crossed, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion pressing behind them. His patience was thin. It always was when Kairos was involved. "You're sure about this?" he asked, voice rough with disinterest, though Tsukachi had been his friend long enough to hear the real question. Beneath it, "Are you sure you're not wasting my time?" Tsukachi sighed, rubbing at the back of his neck as he checked his watch. "Multiple sources have pointed to this warehouse as a hub for quirk-enhancing drag deals," he said. "And from what we know, Kairos has been getting involved in cases like these." "Involved how?" Aizawa's fingers flexed at his sides, itching to activate his quirk. "Not enough to call him a threat." Tsukachi's tone was carefully neutral. "He's been dismantling operations before we even get there. The problem is we don't know what his endgame is." Aizawa huffed, unimpressed. He'd been after Kairos for months now, and every encounter left him with more questions than answers. Eventually vigilantes were always a pain, but Kairos was something else. Too precise. Too calculated. Too smug. He didn't just disrupt criminal activity, he orchestrated it like a game of shogi, staying 5 moves ahead while heroes scrambled to keep up. And, perhaps most irritatingly of all, he seemed to enjoy pissing Aizawa off. If Kairos is involved, Aizawa muttered, shifting his scarf into position, we shut him down. Tsukachi shot him a look, the kind that spoke of long years dealing with Aizawa's particular brand of stubbornness. If he's here, he countered, voice firm but measured, let's try talking before you strangle him. Aizawa grunted, which wasn't a yes, but it wasn't a no either. They approached the warehouse, boots silent against the pavement. It was an old shipping facility, abandoned in theory, but the faint hum of movement inside told another story. Aizawa crouched low, peering through a crack in the loading bay doors. Figures moved in the dim light, 3, maybe 4 low-tier criminals exchanging cases. Money for product. A standard deal. But there was a 5th figure. Someone standing off to the side, casual, leaning against a crate as if he had all the time in the world. Aizawa tensed. Even in the poor lighting, he recognized that lazy posture, that infuriating air of confidence. Kairos. Tsukachi sighed as if he could already hear the impending disaster. Try not to punch him, he muttered. Aizawa pushed the door open without a word. The warehouse was dimly lit, the overhead bulbs flickering weakly, casting jagged shadows against rusted metal beams and splintered wooden crates. The air smelled of something acrid, probably whatever quirk-enhancing drags were being moved through this place. Aizawa's steps were soundless as he entered, eyes already scanning the layout, calculating exits, counting threats. Tsukachi was a step behind, his presence more deliberate but still controlled. The small group of criminals in the center of the warehouse were caught up in their exchange until one of them noticed the 2 men approaching and stiffened. But it wasn't them that caught Aizawa's immediate attention. No, it was the man lounging against a crate, arms loosely folded, one foot propped against the wood as if he owned the entire demon warehouse. His head was tilted slightly in a way that made him look infuriatingly unbothered. His mask was pushed up just enough to reveal part of his face, not enough to identify him but enough to see the corners of his mouth. It was clearly curled in a slow, lazy smirk. Kairos. The criminals hesitated, looking between the 2 heroes and the vigilante as if trying to gauge what the hell was happening. But Kairos didn't seem even remotely concerned. He merely reached out, idly tapping the chest of the man nearest to him, a low-tier dealer, already looking sweaty and terrified. Now, Kairos murmured, voice smooth, almost gentle, but dangerous underneath. We weren't finished talking. You were just about to tell me where the next shipment's coming from. You don't want to be rude, do you? The dealer swallowed hard, looking anywhere but at the 2 approaching men. Aizawa took another step forward, but before he could speak, Kairos finally turned his gaze on them, and his smirk widened. Well, he drawled, eyes glinting with amusement. Eraserhead and the detective. Together? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were on a date. Tsukachi sighed deeply, already regretting every decision that led him here. Aizawa, for his part, simply stared, unimpressed. Kairos straightened slightly, stretching his arms out with an exaggerated motion before stepping forward, boots clicking softly against the concrete. His movements were fluid, controlled, and far too relaxed for a man facing off against a pro-hero and a detective. I would have worn something nicer if I knew we were all meeting up, Kairos continued, tone light, teasing. Maybe even brought flowers. What do you think, Tsukachi? Roses? Or are you more of a tulip guy? Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. I hate you, he muttered. Kairos gasped, one hand pressed dramatically to his chest. So cruel, he pouted, sidling up next to Tsukachi and nudging his shoulder. You never visit me unless you're mad, detective. Makes me feel so unappreciated. Tsukachi didn't even look at him. That's because every time I see you, you're breaking the law. Kairos tapped his chin thoughtfully, then grinned. Details. Aizawa was already done with this conversation. His scarf twitched, the capture weapon uncoiling slightly from around his neck. We're arresting him, right? Kairos turned his head toward him so smoothly it was like he'd expected the question. His grin didn't falter. Eraserhead, he cooed, voice mockingly fond. You really do think about me all the time, don't you? Aizawa did not rise to the bait. Tsukachi, he repeated, tone flat. Tsukachi let out another sigh, this one long suffering. Not yet. Kairos placed a hand over his heart, staggering back a step as if mortally wounded. Not yet? That almost sounds hopeful, detective. He winked. What, you waiting for me to wine and dine you first? Tsukachi looked like he was seriously considering punching him. Aizawa, however, had had enough. In one sharp motion, his scarf snapped forward, aimed directly at Kairos' arm. But the vigilante was already moving. With a graceful sidestep, Kairos dodged, his hand catching the scarf for just a moment before letting it slide from his grip. His smirk was all sharp amusement now, his black eyes flickering with something more dangerous. "FRPY already, eraser?" he murmured, stepping backward, just out of Aizawa's immediate range. "At least buy me dinner first." Aizawa's glare could have melted steel. Tsukachi rubbed his temples. "I swear I need it. Raise." Kairos laughed, low and knowing, as if he was enjoying every second of this. "And here I thought I was your favorite criminal, detective." "You're not," Tsukachi muttered. Kairos just grinned. "Keep telling yourself that." Aizawa had always been patient. A lifetime of dealing with reckless students, idiotic criminals, and stubborn colleagues had honed that patience into a weapon. But Kairos made him want to throw that patience out the window and strangle him where he stood. The vigilante stood a few feet away, arms loose at his sides, weight shifting casually from one foot to the other. He looked utterly at ease, as if he wasn't in the presence of a pro-hero and a detective who could both have him arrested within minutes. Aizawa's glare sharpened. "Explain. Now." Kairos tilted his head. "Explain what exactly?" Aizawa's grip on his scarf tightened. "What you're doing here. Why you're interfering with my case. Why do you think I won't put you on the ground right now?" Kairos let out a soft chuckle, slow and deliberate. "That last one's easy," he said, his black eyes glinting with amusement. "Because you want to." And yet, he took a lazy step forward. "You haven't." Aizawa moved instantly. The scarf snapped forward, seeking to coil around Kairos' wrist. But the vigilante was already moving, his body shifting at the last second with uncanny precision, letting the capture weapon graze his sleeve before he spun away. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Kairos' grin widened. "Oh, are we doing this now? I thought we were supposed to talk first." Aizawa wasn't in the mood for games. His eyes glowed red. He lunged forward again, his capture weapon whipping through the air, aiming for Kairos' shoulder. Again, Kairos dodged smooth, controlled, almost lazy. It was infuriating. Tsukachi, standing off to the side, sighed heavily. "Really?" he muttered. "Do you two have to do this?" Kairos pivoted on his heel, glancing over his shoulder at the detective. "Don't look at me, detective." He started it. Aizawa didn't respond. He was already closing in. This time, he anticipated Kairos' dodge, shifting his stance at the last second, altering the trajectory of his attack. The scarf snapped forward again, and this time, it brushed the edge of Kairos' glove before he twisted out of reach. Kairos laughed, breathless but thrilled. "DMN," he muttered, eyes gleaming. "You really don't like me, huh?" Aizawa didn't answer. He dropped low, sweeping a leg toward Kairos' ankles in a sudden burst of speed and force. Kairos was fast, but Aizawa had faced faster. For a brief second, it looked like Kairos wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Aizawa felt the rush of satisfaction until Kairos did something impossible. Instead of dodging backward, Kairos stepped into the attack. His momentum shifted. His body angled just so. And instead of taking the hit, he used Aizawa's movement redirecting the force, twisting around it in a way that left Aizawa slightly off balance. Then Kairos moved. Before Aizawa could react, Kairos was inside his guard. A breath too close. Close enough that when Kairos leaned in, his voice was barely above a whisper. "You're good," he murmured, his breath warm against Aizawa's ear. "But I'm better." Aizawa's eyes flashed. His capture weapon was already in motion, but Kairos was gone, slipping just out of range again, dancing back with a smug smile. Aizawa exhaled sharply, suppressing the flicker of frustration. He wasn't frustrated because Kairos was winning, no. He was frustrated because he was having fun. It had been a while since he'd had an opponent like this. Someone who didn't just rely on brute strength or overwhelming speed, but on technique. On instinct. On a deep understanding of how fights unfolded. Kairos was reading him. Predicting him. And worst of all, he was toying with him. Aizawa couldn't let that slide. He lunged forward again, faster this time, forcing Kairos to react instead of lead. The vigilante dodged, but Aizawa pressed harder, attacking again before Kairos had a chance to fully recover. The fight was a blur of movement, strikes and dodges, counters and near misses. Aizawa's scarf lashed out in precise, calculated movements, always a second away from restraining the slippery BSE. But Kairos was agile, fluid, completely in control of his own momentum. And the worst part? He was enjoying himself. Kairos dodged another strike, grinning. You don't fight like a hero. Aizawa didn't rise to the bait. He attacked again. Kairos evaded, boots skidding slightly on the warehouse floor. Heroes go for clean, efficient takedowns. You. His head tilted, his expression downright amused. You fight dirty. Aizawa moved faster than before, a feint followed by a sudden burst of real force. Kairos barely avoided the attack, his shoulder grazing Aizawa's scarf this time. He rolled out of range, hands up in mock surrender. His smirk never wavered. Aizawa let out a slow breath, his capture weapon returning to coil loosely around his shoulders. He was done playing along. You talk too much, he said flatly. Kairos chuckled, tilting his head. But you like it. Aizawa didn't dignify that with a response. Kairos took a step back, flexing his fingers, rolling his shoulders like this had just been a warm-up for him. That was fun, he said. I should let you catch me more often. Tsukachi muttered something under his breath about needing a stronger drink after this. Aizawa did not relax. His eyes locked onto Kairos. He still hadn't gotten any answers. Kairos must have noticed, because his smirk softened just a fraction. Tell you what, he murmured, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. I'll give you something out of the kindness of my heart, of course. Aizawa said nothing. He waited. Kairos flicked his gaze toward the criminals, the ones who had been frozen in place, too afraid to move since the fight had started. These guys? Kairos said lazily. They aren't your real problem. They're just small fish. His eyes slid back to Aizawa's, suddenly sharp. The next shipment's moving through the industrial docks. You'll want to be there. Soon. Tsukachi straightened. How do you know that? Kairos winked. Because I was going to stop it myself. Aizawa's frown deepened. Kairos held up his hands. But hey, since you two are so desperate to arrest me, I could let you handle it instead. Aizawa didn't trust him. Not for a second. But Tsukachi gave him a look, one that said we'll talk later. Kairos took a step back toward the shadows, already slipping into the darkness. Try not to miss me too much, he called. Aizawa scowled. Don't count on it. Before Aizawa could lunge again, Tsukachi stepped between them, exhaling sharply. Enough. The detective's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Aizawa stopped barely, his eyes still locked onto Kairos. Kairos, on the other hand, looked completely unbothered, dusting off his sleeve as if he hadn't just been toying with a pro hero. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. I swear to God, if I have to listen to one more second of your flirt fighting, I'm arresting you both for public indecency. Kairos had halted his exit and let out a delighted laugh. Flirt fighting? That's a new one. You wound me, Tsukachi. He leaned in slightly, his grin downright wicked. Though, if you ever want to see me indecent. Enough. Tsukachi's headache visibly worsened. We need information, not whatever the hell this is. Kairos sighed dramatically, dragging a hand through his curls. Fine. You're no fun, detective. But since you asked so nicely. He tilted his head, watching their reactions as he continued, midnight. That's when they're gonna be there. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Why should we believe you? Kairos shrugged. You shouldn't. But let's be real, you will. Aizawa scowled. He hated that Kairos was right. Tsukachi, arms crossed, studied Kairos carefully. And what's your angle? Kairos' smile widened. Knew you were smart. Here's the deal. I handle the criminals my way. You two stay out of it. Aizawa immediately bristled. Absolutely not. Kairos raised a hand. Or, he drawled, ignoring Aizawa's rising irritation. I don't do anything. And the drags slip through your fingers. Your choice. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He hated everything about this. But Tsukachi, after a long pause, exhaled. "DM it." His tone was resigned. Fine. But if you screw us over. Kairos placed a hand over his heart. Tsukachi. I'm a broken man. Tsukachi just shook his head. Kairos took a step back, already smug. See? This is why you're my favorite cop, Tsukachi. Reasonable. Handsome. Even-tempered. Well, mostly. Tsukachi shot him a look. I should have stayed in bed. Kairos winked. Next time, call me first. I'll make it worth your while. Aizawa's scarf snapped forward in warning, but Kairos was already gone, slipping into the darkness. His laugh echoed in the warehouse before he disappeared completely. Aizawa scowled. I hate him. Tsukachi sighed. Yeah. So do I. They both knew it wasn't true. That night the criminals were handled. Kairos didn't kill them, not that he ever did, but he left them shaking, barely upright as they scrambled out of the docks, stumbling over each other in their desperation to escape. He had a way of getting into people's heads, peeling them apart with nothing but a quiet voice and a razor-sharp grin. Aizawa watched it all from a small distance, arms crossed, jaw tight. He hated the way Kairos worked. No arrests. No due process. Just fear planted deep enough that they wouldn't risk showing their faces again. It worked. And that set Aizawa off more than anything. Kairos turned back toward them, dusting off his gloves, completely at ease. Oh, that was productive, don't you think? Aizawa stepped forward, gaze sharp. One day I will catch you. Kairos' grin didn't falter. If anything, it widened. Oh, Eraserhead, he murmured, stepping in way too close, a challenge in every movement. His hand brushed lightly along Aizawa's scarf, fingers curling against the fabric as he tilted his head. Dangerously close. Can't wait for you to try. Aizawa stiffened. His capture weapon twitched, ready to lash out, to restrain, to finally end this ridiculous game. But then Tsukachi grabbed his arm and dragged him back with a long, exhausted sigh. All right, that's enough. Kairos chuckled, watching as Tsukachi physically hauled Aizawa away, barely restraining the pro-hero from actually murdering him. Tsukachi didn't stop until they were a solid 10 feet away. If you two keep flirting, I swear to God, I'm filing a formal complaint. Kairos perked up immediately, calling after them, Eraserhead's already in love with me. Tsukachi. It's too late. Aizawa growled under his breath, barely restraining himself from turning back around and shutting him up one way or another. He didn't deny it. And Kairos, dim in him, knew it. The soft hum of a jazz tune drifted through the air, mingling with the occasional meow from one of the cats lounging lazily around the cafe. The day was quiet, the kind of slow afternoon that allowed the subtle warmth of the cafe to fill every corner. The soft glow from the lamps illuminated the shelves of cat-themed trinkets and the large windows that looked out onto the street, where the world carried on, blissfully unaware of the peaceful little haven inside. Izuku, apron tied around his waist, was behind the counter, his hands moving with practiced ease as he prepared a fresh batch of pastries. His movements were smooth, rhythmic, a comforting routine. The cats around the cafe were either curled up in their favorite spots or playfully pawing at each other, oblivious to the human drama unfolding around them. Across from him, Himiko and Dabi were seated at their usual table. Himiko, as always, was the more lively of the two. She was leaning over the table, her hands spread out as she animatedly teased Dabi about something. Seriously, you need to loosen up, Dabi, Himiko grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She was waving a small spoon at him, her smile far too wide for someone as mischievous as she was. You're like a walking storm cloud. Don't you ever just relax? Dabi, in contrast, was as stoic as ever, though a faint line of irritation crossed his brow as he gave her a flat stare. I'm perfectly relaxed, he muttered, but his attempt at indifference didn't quite cover the irritation in his voice. Himiko tilted her head, still teasing him. Right, totally. The way you're glaring at me says you're the picture of serenity. The two had become an odd pair, Himiko, with her chaotic energy and unpredictable nature, and Dabi, with his icy demeanor and sharp edge. Yet, over time, they had found a rhythm together. Himiko enjoyed needling Dabi, and Dabi, well, he tolerated it, though sometimes he would snap back just enough to make her giggle. Izuku smiled softly from behind the counter, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Leave him alone, Himiko. You know how he gets, he said, his tone light but laced with fondness. His gaze lingered on the two of them, watching the dynamic with quiet affection. He didn't need to say anything more for Dabi to relent, rolling his eyes but giving a rare half-smile in response to Izuku's gentle reminder. The bell above the door jingled, signaling the entrance of a new customer. Shoyuta stepped into the cafe, looking a little weary from his day at UA. His long coat was slightly wrinkled, and there was a distant look in his eyes that spoke to the long day he'd had. Yet, as his eyes scanned the cafe and landed on Izuku, a softness came over him. Late as usual, Shoyuta? Himiko teased immediately, not looking up from her phone, but her tone was light-hearted. She couldn't resist taking a jab at Shuta's punctuality, even though she knew he had been busy. Shuta's lips quirked into the barest of smiles at the teasing, though he didn't offer a verbal reply. Instead, he walked over to the counter where Izuku stood, his footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. The moment Izuku looked up, his expression softened into one of genuine warmth, and for a brief second, Shoyuta felt the tension in his shoulders ease. Izuku, Shoyuta greeted, his voice low but warm. Izuku's smile grew, and he nodded toward the seats. Hey, Shoyuta. You're just in time. Care for some coffee? His tone was casual, but there was something in the way he said it that felt like home, like an invitation to linger. Shoyuta gave a small nod, but before he could respond, Himiko's voice piped up again, this time dripping with feigned innocence. You know, I think the boss man here was getting lonely without you, she teased. Her eyes flickered to Izuku, her grin widening at the soft blush creeping up his neck. Izuku shot her a half-hearted glare. Himiko, he warned, but there was no heat in his voice. Dabi, who had been quietly observing the exchange, spoke up in his usual deadpan manner. You're embarrassing him, you know. His words weren't harsh, but the way they were said felt like a subtle attempt at protecting Izuku, even if he didn't show it outwardly. Izuku chuckled, the sound light and warm. He took a deep breath, his eyes momentarily flickering toward Shoyuta, who had been silently watching the playful banter. It was as if he was taking in the entire scene, the easy affection between the three of them, the way they fit together like puzzle pieces. The family they had formed wasn't perfect, nothing in their lives was. But it was real and it was theirs. Izuku could see the protective bond he shared with both Himiko and Dabi, the love that had slowly bloomed in this small, cozy corner of the world. As Shoyuta stood there, his eyes not only on Izuku but also on the easy dynamic between him and the kids, a quiet realization began to settle deep within him. This was Izuku's family, his chosen family. It wasn't blood that held them together, but something far stronger. Shoyuta had seen a lot of broken families, but this one felt whole. He watched how Izuku listened to Himiko, her voice filled with playful banter, how he gave Dabi space while still providing a steady, unspoken support. There was something so effortless about the way Izuku loved them, something that felt like it came from the deepest part of his soul. Shoyuta didn't speak for a moment, letting the feelings settle in his chest. He found himself struck by the depth of his feelings for Izuku. It was more than just admiration. It was a yearning, a quiet longing to be a part of what Izuku had built. This family wasn't just something Izuku had created for himself, it was a space where Shoyuta could see himself, too. The thought stirred something warm and unexpected inside him, and for the first time in a long while, Shoyuta felt that maybe there was a place for him in this world. Izuku glanced up, meeting Shuta's gaze. He smiled softly as if he sensed the shift in the air. It's good to see you, Shoyuta, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Come sit with us. We were just about to have coffee. Shoyuta nodded, and as he moved to join them, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was exactly where he needed to be. The evening had slowly settled in. The open sign had been switched to closed and the soft glow from the lamps casting warm shadows across the cafe as the last remnants of daylight faded. The air was cool but not unpleasant, the perfect atmosphere for a quiet evening among family. The hum of jazz music continued to play in the background, adding a layer of intimacy to the space. Shoyuta sat at the table with Izuku, Himiko, and Dabi. The light-hearted bickering between Himiko and Dabi continued, but it was clear that despite the playful insults and teasing, there was something deeper between them, an unspoken bond forged through hardship and resilience. Himiko laughed, a bright sound that echoed through the cafe, while Dabi huffed in mock annoyance, but the way his eyes softened when he looked at her betrayed his true feelings. Izuku smiled, watching them with a fond expression. "You two are something else," he murmured, shaking his head but clearly amused. At that moment, Himiko's eyes flickered toward Shoyuta, catching the slight frown on his face. She tilted her head, her usual mischievous smile fading into something a little more serious. "Hey, Dad," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. "Tell Shoyuta about how we got here. You know, so he can stop frowning." Izuku blinked in surprise, then chuckled softly, the tension in his shoulders easing as he looked at Shoyuta. He could feel the weight of Shuta's unspoken curiosity. It wasn't the first time the subject of their past had come up, but it was rare for Izuku to open up about it so freely. But Himiko's request was genuine, and Izuku knew that if they were going to build a life together, Shoyuta needed to understand the story that had brought them all together. With a quiet nod, Izuku shifted in his seat, leaning back slightly as he began the story. "I met Himiko when she was just a kid," Izuku started, his voice low and thoughtful. "She was living on the streets, running away from her abusive home. I didn't know what had happened to her at the time, but I could tell there was a lot more to her than she was letting on." Himiko, sensing the serious turn of the conversation, leaned forward, her playful nature subdued for the moment. She listened intently, her eyes fixed on Izuku as he spoke. "She was lost," Izuku continued, his gaze distant as if he were reliving the moment. "I found her after a particularly dangerous incident. She'd attacked someone in a fit of rage, and the police were after her. She was cornered and I had to intervene." Himiko shifted slightly in her seat, her expression hardening for a moment, but she didn't interrupt. This wasn't a story she liked to revisit, but it was part of her and she wanted Shoyuta to know. Izuku's voice softened, the warmth of his affection for her clear in the way he spoke. "I saw through the rage, though. She wasn't evil, just broken. A girl who had been hurt so many times she didn't know how to express the pain anymore. She was just looking for someone who could understand her, someone who wouldn't judge her for the things she'd done." Shoyuta sat quietly, his attention fully on Izuku now. He could hear the raw emotion in Izuku's voice, the quiet strength in the way he spoke of Himiko's struggle. It was clear that Izuku had seen her for who she truly was, even when she couldn't see it herself. Izuku paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Himiko, who looked at him with something close to admiration. It wasn't an easy decision. She didn't trust anyone. But I told her that there was a place for her with me, that she didn't have to be alone anymore. Himiko smiled, the usual mischievous spark returning to her eyes. "I guess I couldn't resist such an offer," she teased, her voice light. "And now look at me. I've got a cool dad and a nice little family. Not so bad, huh?" Izuku chuckled softly, his heart swelling at her words. "You've been a great daughter, Himiko. I'm glad I found you." Shoyuta, sitting silently as he absorbed the weight of the story, felt a deep sense of respect for Izuku. The compassion that had driven him to take in a child like Himiko, who had been through so much at such a young age, spoke volumes about the kind of person Izuku was. And it wasn't just Himiko. Izuku's heart was big enough to take in broken souls, to offer them a place to heal. But the story wasn't over yet. Izuku's tone shifted slightly, and Shoyuta could tell that the next part was just as important. "I met Dabi a little differently," Izuku began, his voice lowering with the gravity of the memory. For a moment his eyes looked at his son, who gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "I found him when he was in the middle of a destructive spiral. He was almost coaxed into working with villains, torn between his hatred for his family and the pressure to live up to the Todoroki legacy. Dabi, who had been quiet until now, shifted slightly in his seat, but didn't interrupt. He didn't like talking about his past, but Izuku was different. He could tell that Izuku wasn't just retelling the story for pity or sympathy. This was part of who they all were, and Izuku had made it his mission to protect them, even when they hadn't been able to protect themselves. I found him one night, after he had gone back to his old house but hadn't entered, Izuku continued, his voice quiet but resolute. He was running, trying to escape from everything. And I saw the same thing I saw in Himiko, a person who wasn't truly lost, just broken, and too afraid to admit it. Shoyuta could see the way Izuku's eyes softened as he spoke of Dabi. He knew the pain Dabi carried, he could feel it in the way Izuku spoke. But Izuku had never backed down from a challenge, especially not when it came to the people he loved. I offered him a home, Izuku said. A place where he didn't have to be anyone other than himself. It wasn't easy. Dabi was angry, distrustful. But over time he started to trust me. It took a while, but we got there. Izuku's gaze flickered to Dabi, who looked away for a moment, but not before his lips quirked into the faintest of smiles. The bond they shared was undeniable. Shoyuta sat back in his chair, his mind processing the weight of what Izuku had just shared. There was no doubting the depth of Izuku's commitment to these kids. He had taken them in when no one else would. He had given them something no one else had been able to love, patience, and a home. Shuta's heart swelled with admiration for Izuku. But there was something else there too, a quiet longing that he couldn't quite place. It was clear that Izuku was the kind of person who could heal even the deepest wounds. How could someone like him not be the center of attention? How could someone so compassionate, so capable of seeing the best in others, not be the person everyone leaned on? As Izuku finished the story, Shoyuta didn't speak immediately. Instead, he allowed the silence to hang in the air, letting the weight of the moment settle between them. He could still remember the first time he met her. It had been a chaotic scene. Izuku had been on his way home, walking through a dark alley when he heard the sound of a struggle. A young girl, no older than 11 or 12, was cornered by a group of police officers, blood dripping from the knife in her hand. Her eyes, wide and frantic, darted from side to side, the wildness in them showing just how lost she was. Izuku had been running late that night, but the moment he saw her, something deep inside him stirred. He could see beyond the violence, the obsession with blood, the desperate hunger for feeling. Beneath the twisted need to harm was a broken child, a girl who had been through horrors far beyond her years. Without a second thought, Izuku stepped forward, calling out to the officers. He didn't care about the risk. His heart was already racing for the girl who seemed ready to collapse into herself. "Stop," he shouted, his voice firm but not harsh. "She's not what you think she is." The officers hesitated, unsure what to make of the situation, but Izuku's calmness helped. He stepped in between them, facing the girl directly, his hand outstretched. "Hey," he said softly, his voice gentle. "You don't have to do this. Let me help you." The girl flinched, her hands shaking as she held the knife tightly. Her eyes were filled with fear, but there was something else there too, hope, fragile but present. "No one's ever helped me," she whispered, the words barely audible. "They all just want to hurt me." Izuku took a deep breath, his heart aching. "I know," he said, "but that's not who I am. You don't have to be alone anymore. I can give you a place to stay. You don't have to live like this." Her eyes searched his face, and after a long moment of silence, she slowly lowered the knife. It wasn't an easy decision for her. Trust didn't come naturally to Himiko, especially not after everything she'd been through. But Izuku didn't give up on her. The adoption process had been long. Himiko had fought against Izuku's care at first, her fear of being hurt again overriding everything else. She pushed him away repeatedly, testing the limits of his patience. But Izuku never wavered. He kept showing up, offering her a choice: stay with him and learn what it meant to be part of a family, or continue down a darker path alone. Dabi's path had been far different, though not easier. By the time Izuku met him, Dabi was already a young man of 15, a stark contrast to the frightened little girl Himiko had been. Dabi had grown up with the weight of the Todoroki legacy hanging over him, the expectations from his father suffocating him at every turn. But he had long since broken free of those chains, only to find himself surrounded by a new kind of darkness. Izuku had found him on a cold, lonely street corner after a particularly brutal confrontation. Dabi was alone, his body covered in burns and scars, his eyes clouded with hatred and pain. The flicker of recognition was there, the same pain Izuku had once known so intimately, but Dabi was much more guarded. Dabi had no trust to give. He had no hope left in him. He wasn't a broken child like Himiko, but the anger inside him had been eating away at him for years. When Izuku approached him, it wasn't with sympathy. There was no pity in his eyes, only understanding. "Get away from me," Dabi growled at first, his voice rough. "You don't know anything about me." "I know enough," Izuku had replied, his voice calm but firm. "You're running from something and I can offer you a way out. But I won't force you." Izuku didn't try to pull him in right away. He didn't push for anything. Instead, he gave Dabi a choice: escape the chains of his family's expectations and find his own peace. The decision was Dabi's to make, but Izuku's patience was what eventually allowed them to connect. Over time, Dabi began to trust Izuku. Slowly but surely, the anger that had once consumed him started to dissipate, replaced by something quieter: hope. Izuku had been patient with him, never demanding more than Dabi was willing to give. The hardest part for Izuku, though, hadn't been bringing them into his life, it was the constant fear that he wasn't enough. He had never been a parent before. He wasn't perfect, and he often questioned if he was doing the right thing. Could he really be the father these kids needed? Could he provide them with the love and stability they deserved when he had never had it himself? But in the quiet moments, when Himiko would curl up on the couch with a book, or when Dabi would show up at the cafe to help with a task without being asked, Izuku knew that he was doing something right. It wasn't easy, but they were a family, and that meant everything to him. The evening was winding down. Izuku had taken to cleaning up the cafe. Himiko and Dabi were off in the back corner, their voices soft but filled with laughter as they teased each other over something trivial. Their laughter was the kind that filled the space with warmth, a sound that felt at home in the cozy corner of the cafe. Shoyuta sat at the counter, watching the two of them interact. He had wanted to help Izuku, but the man had given him another mug of coffee before saying that he should just sit there and be pretty for a moment. So Shoyuta was content with watching. The way Himiko would laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief, and the rare, genuine smile that Dabi would flash, the kind he reserved for his family. The scene was a testament to how far they had come since Izuku had brought them into his life. But as Shoyuta watched, he couldn't help but feel something stir within him, a growing sense of admiration, but also a quiet unease. He had learned so much about Izuku's journey that night, and he was still trying to process everything. Izuku moved behind the counter, wiping down the last of the cups and adjusting the chairs, but his eyes flicked to Shoyuta every so often. His gaze was soft, understanding, like he knew Shoyuta was lost in thought. After a few moments, the silence between them became thick with unspoken words. Finally, Shoyuta broke the stillness, his voice a low murmur. "You're incredible, you know?" Shuta's words caught in the air between them, almost as if he wasn't sure if he should speak them at all. "I've seen a lot of things. But what you've done for them, for both of them..." His voice trailed off, unsure of how to fully express the depth of his feelings. Izuku stopped, his hands stilling for a moment as he met Shuta's gaze. There was something in Shuta's eyes, a mixture of admiration and something more that made Izuku's heart skip a beat. But he simply smiled softly, that gentle smile that always made Shoyuta feel like he had been seen. "They saved me too," Izuku said quietly, the words slipping out with an ease that spoke of truth. "It's not just me doing all the work. We're all in this together. They've taught me as much as I've taught them." His eyes flicked briefly to where Dabi and Himiko were still talking and laughing, a fondness in his gaze as he watched them. Shoyuta was quiet for a long moment, his gaze following Izuku's to the two kids. He knew that Izuku wasn't the type to seek praise, but it didn't make his words any less true. Izuku had created something remarkable with those two, something strong and resilient, despite everything they had faced in the past. Shoyuta couldn't help but feel awe at the way Izuku had shaped his children, guiding them with such care, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. It made Shoyuta feel small in comparison. How had Izuku managed to stay so strong, to become the anchor that these kids needed? How had he been able to do it all without falling apart? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Himiko's voice, light and teasing, followed by Dabi's dry humor in return. Their laughter was so normal, so natural. It made Shoyuta smile softly to himself, a quiet admiration bubbling up inside him. There was a part of him that felt like an outsider looking in on this small, yet whole, family. Yet, at the same time, there was something inside him, a quiet longing that made him want to be a part of it. He turned his gaze back to Izuku, who was busy putting the last of the cups away. There was so much more to Izuku than Shoyuta had realized when they first met, and the more he learned, the more he found himself drawn to him. Izuku had always been someone who carried others, but in that moment, Shoyuta felt an urge to help carry him too. The night came to a close, and the group began preparing to leave. Dabi and Himiko were still laughing, their voices fading as they made their way to the door. Izuku stood beside them, his hand resting on the back of Himiko's head in a soft, protective gesture. Shoyuta lingered a moment longer, watching the way the family interacted. The scene before him was warm, NTMT, and full of life. And as he watched, a quiet resolve settled over him. He wanted to be a part of that life, to stand beside Izuku, to help him carry the weight of their shared world. But for now, he remained silent, content in the knowledge that this was just the beginning. The dim glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across Izuku's small, modest apartment. His head pounded from exhaustion, the fatigue of the day pressing down on him as he sat at his desk. Dressed in his vigilante outfit, dark, tight-fitting, and tactical, Izuku was already checking his gear, ensuring that everything was in place for his patrol. The signature mask hung loosely around his neck, waiting to be put on. Despite the routine, the weight of the day, the cafe, the strain of keeping his identity hidden had taken its toll. His body ached for rest, but he knew it wouldn't come that night. His thoughts drifted to Himiko and Dabi, both of them sleeping soundly in their rooms. The warm memory of their laughter and the way they looked at him with those hopeful, trusting eyes felt like a distant comfort. They were the reason he kept going, the reason he fought to keep some semblance of a normal life, even if that life involved balancing a dangerous double existence. The cafe, a place he had once thought of as his sanctuary, no longer held the same importance. His kids, his family, had become his anchor, even if he couldn't always be there for them the way he wanted. Izuku finished checking his gear, but before he could even start to feel the relief of a moment's peace, his phone buzzed. He picked it up, glancing at the screen. A message from Nedzu. "I have a mission for you. See you in 30 minutes. Izuku's tired eyes narrowed as he stared at the text, a familiar knot of dread forming in his chest. Another mission. Another night spent away from the only people he truly cherished. Another dangerous request, one he couldn't ignore. He sighed deeply, slumping back in his chair, his fingers hovering over the screen. The thought of leaving the apartment, of stepping back into the shadows again, weighed heavily on him. What he wouldn't give for just one quiet night with Himiko and Dabi, to pretend for a few hours that he wasn't tangled up in this chaotic, dangerous life. But he knew better than to ignore Nedzu. The Chimera or whatever he was had a way of making sure his requests were taken seriously. There was always a price for turning him down, and Izuku had learned that lesson the hard way. The guilt of refusing a mission might haunt him, but the fear of what would happen if he did was worse. With a deep breath, Izuku typed out a short reply, his fingers heavy with exhaustion. "Where?" The response came quickly, almost too quickly, as if Nedzu had been waiting for him. "My office. You know the way." Izuku let out another sigh, frustration curling in his chest. He pushed himself away from the desk, standing slowly as if he were weighed down by the world itself. His gaze flickered briefly to the hallway where the doors to Dabi and Himiko's rooms lay. He wanted to stay, wanted to crawl into bed with them, to hold them close, but he couldn't. They needed him. And as much as he resented it, he had to keep going. He grabbed his jacket, zipping it up with slow, deliberate movements, as if each action was a step further away from his family. The door to his apartment creaked as he exited, the quiet night stretching out before him. His boots tapped softly against the sidewalk, the familiar route to a feeling strangely more oppressive than usual. The weight of Nedzu's request hung in the air, but Izuku's mind was already filled with the implications. Another mission, yes, but there was something about the urgency in the message that didn't sit right with him. Meanwhile, in the other room, Dabi, still awake despite the late hour, heard the sound of Izuku's footsteps and knew he was leaving. He had been quiet for a while, pretending to sleep, but now he couldn't help but listen. The tension was thick in the air. Izuku had been more on edge lately, and Dabi could sense it. It wasn't just the weight of the world bearing down on him, it was something more. He wanted to ask, wanted to make sure Izuku was okay, but he knew his father too well. Izuku was already gone before Dabi could say anything. Izuku exited his apartment, pulling his hood up to shield his face. He headed towards the familiar path to Yue, the tension in his shoulders never easing. His thoughts were scattered, drifting between Himiko's smile and the quiet peace of his home. The more time he spent away from them, the more he wondered if he was making the right choices. Could he keep this up? Could he balance his family with this dangerous, relentless mission? The weight of the questions pressed on him as the darkness swallowed him whole. The halls of UA were silent, save for the faint hum of the campus security system. Izuku walked through them, the weight of his steps echoing in the emptiness. As he made his way up to the upper floors, he felt the growing pressure in his chest, like something heavy was bearing down on him. The exhaustion from the cafe and the strain of maintaining his secret life as Kairos weighed on him, making each step feel heavier than the last. He reached Nedzu's office, the large, imposing doors standing before him. He paused for a moment, hesitating. The air felt thick, charged with the knowledge that whatever Nedzu had in store wouldn't be easy. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The office was dimly lit, only a few desk lamps casting warm, amber pools of light. The walls were lined with shelves of books, but it was the screens that dominated the room. Multiple monitors flickered with data and news reports, the ever-present hum of technology buzzing in the background. In the center of the room sat Nedzu, as always, comfortably positioned behind his desk, his sharp, intelligent eyes studying Izuku as he entered. His expression was unreadable, but there was an unmistakable gleam of calculation behind his gaze. "Izuku," Nedzu greeted him, his voice smooth but carrying an underlying seriousness. "Thank you for coming. I know it's late." Izuku gave a small nod, though the weight of his exhaustion was impossible to hide. "What's the mission?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady, though he couldn't mask the weariness in it. Nedzu leaned forward, his paws steepled in front of him. His eyes gleamed in the low light, calculating. "It's a delicate situation, one that requires someone with your unique set of skills. But," he paused, his gaze sharpening, "before I explain further, there's something I want to offer you." Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" Nedzu's expression softened, but there was a hint of something deeper, more serious in his tone. "You've been working yourself thin, Izuku. The cafe, the vigilante work, everything you do to stay hidden, to protect those you care about, it's taking a toll. I've been thinking about it for some time, and I believe I can offer you a solution." Izuku's heart sank. His mind raced. "What kind of solution?" he asked, though he had a sinking feeling he knew where this was going. "I could offer you a position here at UA," Nedzu said, his voice calm and steady. "Teaching. Quirk analysis, perhaps. You would be able to focus solely on your teaching and your cafe, leaving behind your nightly activities. No more risks. No more danger. Just a life of stability." Izuku stared at him, the words hanging in the air. The offer was tempting, more tempting than when he'd been offered it years ago. A chance at normalcy. A chance to put his past behind him. But he knew what that would mean: giving up Kairos, giving up everything he'd fought for. "I can't," he muttered, shaking his head. "I can't stop. I've made too many promises, too many people depend on me. I can't just give that up." Nedzu watched him silently for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly he nodded. "I understand. The offer remains open, should you change your mind. But you're always welcome here, Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, his mind too clouded by doubt and the weight of his decision. He gave a quick nod, waiting for Nezu to continue their conversation. Well then, the mission, Nezu started softly, the words hanging in the silence of the office. The night air was colder than usual, and Kairo's steps felt heavier as he moved across the rooftops, the weight of his vigilante persona pressing down on him more than ever. Every choice, every decision, felt like another chain added to his already burdened shoulders. He was barely aware of the sound of footsteps approaching until the weight of them stopped him in his tracks. Kairos turned, and there, leaning against the edge of the building like he owned the night, was Eraserhead. The man's dark, tired eyes locked onto him, his expression unreadable save for the faint furrow of his brow. Aizawa's gaze took in every detail: the slumped shoulders, the dark circles under his eyes. He crossed his arms, observing Kairos in a way that made him feel like the worst kind of open book. "You look like hell," Aizawa remarked bluntly, his voice dry but laced with an unmistakable edge. "Didn't think I'd find you out here tonight. Thought you'd be asleep by now." Kairos offered a strained smile, but it barely reached his eyes. "Can't sleep on the job," he responded, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Aizawa gave him a long, skeptical look, his gaze as sharp as ever. He took a step closer, his expression still blank but his tone firm. "You're pushing yourself too hard. You need rest. You're no good to anyone like this." Kairos' shoulders tensed, and he felt the familiar defensiveness rise within him. His jaw tightened, and he took a slow, steadying breath before speaking. "I'm fine," he muttered, but even he could hear the cracks in his voice, betraying his exhaustion. Aizawa didn't buy it, not even for a second. His eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a sharp, dismissive sneer. "You're a fing liar. No one's fine when they look like they've been run over by a truck." Kairos' hand tightened on the edge of the building, as if holding on to something tangible would stop the pressure building in his chest. His tired eyes flickered over to Aizawa, his gaze dark and unreadable. Aizawa stepped forward, clearly done with the act. "What the hell are you doing out here, Kairos?" he asked, his voice cold, though there was a sharpness to it that was unmistakably irritated. "Don't you have anything better to do than running yourself ragged for a cause that doesn't even matter anymore? It's not like you need the effing money." The words stung, sharper than they should have. Kairos' head swam with anger and frustration, the weight of Aizawa's words adding another layer to the mountain of guilt he had been carrying. But before he could snap back, Aizawa's voice cut through the tension again. "Or are you too stupid to see you're digging yourself into a hole that's going to swallow you whole? How long do you think you can keep this up, huh?" Aizawa challenged, his gaze unwavering, unflinching. Kairos turned away, shoulders slumped. He was too tired for this. Too tired to fight, too tired to explain himself. But Aizawa wasn't done. "Stop pretending like this is some noble fing thing. It's not. You're not invincible, Kairos. And you're sure as hell not a god. So stop acting like one," Aizawa said, his tone still gruff but with an edge of something softer underneath. Maybe it was care, maybe it was frustration. But Kairos didn't know what to make of it, and he was too worn out to figure it out right now. Kairos took a long, heavy breath, the weight of Aizawa's words pressing on him harder than the exhaustion ever could. He knew Aizawa was right, he was always right when it came to this stuff. But that didn't make it easier to accept. "I don't have a choice," he said quietly, though the words felt hollow even to him. His eyes flickered over to Aizawa, trying to find something that could make it all feel like it was worth it. Aizawa's stare softened for the briefest of moments, but only for a heartbeat before he turned on his heel. "That's your problem," he muttered over his shoulder. "You keep acting like you don't have one." With that, Aizawa left him standing there, alone again with nothing but the wind and the weight of his choices. Kairos let out a shaky breath, trying to push down the sense of defeat gnawing at him. He wasn't fine. Not by a long shot. But maybe that was something he'd have to accept later. For now, all he could do was keep moving, keep running. Because there was no other option. The cafe was quiet, the morning rush long gone, and the sun had begun to set, casting a soft golden glow across the room. Izuku moved behind the counter, his movements slower than usual, his thoughts hazy and his body heavy from the exhaustion of the night before. The weight of Netsu's mission request still lingered in his mind, his nerves rattled at the prospect of the dangerous assignment, but there was little he could do about it now. His thoughts were scattered, the usual warmth he radiated replaced by a hollow fatigue. The bell above the door chimed lightly, signaling the arrival of a familiar customer. Shoyuta. He stepped inside, his usual brooding presence a bit more pronounced that day. His eyes immediately found Izuku behind the counter, and there was a flicker of concern in his gaze as he took in the sight of the man, clearly more drained than usual. Shoyuta walked to his usual seat, his steps purposeful yet unhurried. He settled in, his gaze never leaving Izuku as the other began his usual routine, but that day, there was something different in the way Izuku moved. His usual energy was absent, replaced by mechanical precision. He set a cup in front of Shoyuta, barely looking up, the smile he usually offered more of a strained attempt than the genuine expression it used to be. The cup of coffee that rested in front of Shoyuta was noticeably less detailed than usual, no latte art, no extra care. Just a plain cup of coffee, a far cry from the special brews Izuku normally made for his regulars. Shoyuta picked up the cup and took a sip, his lips curling slightly as he tasted the bitterness. He set it back down with a quiet thud, his gaze lingering on Izuku's form behind the counter. "You all right?" Shoyuta asked softly, his voice gentler than usual. He had been around long enough to know when something was off with Izuku, especially after their dates. He had picked up on the little things, the way Izuku's shoulders tensed when he was worried, the way his smile faltered when his mind was elsewhere. Izuku lifted his eyes, offering a tired, half-smile. "Bad night," he muttered, his voice rough and laced with fatigue. He didn't offer more than that, the words feeling heavy in his mouth. He turned to fetch a rag to clean the counter, trying to ignore the way Shoyuta watched him closely. Shoyuta didn't push further, he knew when to give space, but he also knew when to pry. After a moment, he took another sip of the coffee, his lips pulling into a subtle frown. It was a small gesture, but it didn't go unnoticed. "It's not your best," he commented, his tone lightly teasing but carrying a hint of concern. Izuku chuckled weakly, though the sound was more of a sigh than anything. "I know," he muttered, his voice betraying the strain he was under. He went to wipe down the counter once more, a slow and repetitive motion as his thoughts swirled in a haze. Shoyuta set the coffee cup down, his eyes narrowing as he observed Izuku. The silence stretched between them, but it wasn't the usual comfortable quiet that typically settled when they were together. This felt heavier, filled with the weight of unspoken words. After a moment, Shuta's usual cool demeanor shifted, just slightly. He leaned forward on the table, a playful glint in his eyes. "You know, you usually put a little more effort into your coffee for me," he said, his voice smooth and teasing, a shift from his usual gruffness. The corner of his mouth curved into a small, knowing smirk, his eyes softening as they locked onto Izuku's tired gaze. Izuku paused mid-motion, glancing up at Shoyuta, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He felt a jolt of heat in his chest at the shift in Shuta's tone, the subtle flirtation that had been growing between them over the past few weeks. Izuku swallowed, feeling the weariness in his bones, but he was also acutely aware of Shuta's presence, how effortlessly Shoyuta could pull him out of his funk with just a few words. "Sorry," Izuku said with a sheepish half-smile, though there was a slight flush creeping up his neck. He was too tired to put much energy into the usual teasing banter, but Shuta's comment made something stir in him. "Guess I'm a little off today." Shoyuta tilted his head, his smile deepening, a glimmer of something more intense in his gaze. "Well, if you need someone to help you, relax," he said, drawing out the word just a little too much for it to be anything but suggestive. His voice dropped just a hint, but his usual aloofness didn't fully slip away. It was there, teasing, lingering in the quiet space between them. Izuku felt the heat rush to his face, his heart skipping a beat at the way Shoyuta looked at him. The teasing, the flirtation, it was a familiar thing now, a shift in their dynamic that had been growing since their first date. But that day, Izuku could barely muster the energy to respond in kind. He rubbed his temples, trying to ward off the headache that threatened to worsen. Maybe later, he said quietly, not quite giving Shoyuta the reaction he was looking for. He knew Shoyuta could be persistent, and that made him hesitant to give him anything more when his thoughts were still swirling around the mess he had gotten himself into with Nezu. Shoyuta, sensing the fatigue and knowing when to let go, didn't press further. He leaned back in his seat with a soft sigh, his eyes studying Izuku with a mix of affection and concern. There was a moment of silence between them, comfortable in its own way. Izuku, despite his exhaustion, felt the pull of Shuta's gaze. Even on days like that, when his energy was spent and his mind was clouded, it was hard not to feel at ease when Shoyuta was around. But the weight of his decisions, his secret life, and the demands of being Kairos lingered at the back of his mind, making it hard to focus on anything else. As if sensing this, Shoyuta gave him a small, knowing smile. "You need rest, Izuku," he said, his tone soft but firm. "You're running yourself ragged. If you don't take a break, you're going to burn out." Izuku looked up at him, the tiredness in his eyes mingling with the warmth that Shuta's words always seemed to bring. "I know. I'll figure it out." But Shoyuta, despite his teasing earlier, didn't seem to believe him. He reached out, placing a hand lightly on Izuku's. It wasn't an aggressive touch, not one that demanded anything. It was simple, reassuring. "Take care of yourself, okay?" Shoyuta murmured, his eyes softening even further. Izuku nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I'll try." The moment lingered between them, a quiet understanding settling in the space. Izuku didn't know how to balance everything yet, but for now, having Shoyuta there, just like that, made it a little easier. The bar had settled into a quiet hum, the late hour filtering out the earlier crowds, leaving only the low murmur of voices and the occasional clink of glass against wood. The lighting was dim, warm, casting long shadows that flickered in the golden glow of the hanging lamps. Shoyuta watched Izuku across the table, his gaze steady as he took in the way the younger man absently stirred the last of his drink, fingers curled around the rim of his glass. The night had been easy teasing flirtation, unspoken glances that lingered just a little too long, and moments where the air between them had felt charged with something neither of them fully acknowledged but both were aware of. And now it was winding down. Shoyuta shifted, reaching for his drink, but Izuku's hand shot out, pressing lightly against his wrist. "Hold still." Shoyuta raised an eyebrow but didn't move as Izuku's thumb brushed against his cheek, swiping at something. "Eyelash," Izuku murmured, flicking it away. Instead of pulling back, he let his hand linger for a second longer, fingers ghosting along Shuta's jaw before finally retreating. His lips twitched, amused by the slight pause in Shuta's expression. "Make a wish," Izuku added, leaning in slightly, voice lower, teasing. Shoyuta huffed, unimpressed but not pulling away. "What am I, 12? Fine, don't make a wish. But if you wake up tomorrow with regrets, don't blame me." Shoyuta rolled his eyes but felt a small smirk tug at his lips. He shook his head, settling back against the booth as Izuku stretched, arms lifting slightly before dropping back to the table. The shift in posture had his knee nudging Shuta's under the table, casual, lingering. "Guess I should head home before I get myself into trouble," Izuku mused. The words were light, playful, but before he could move to stand, the bartender, an older woman who had been watching them with the keen eye of someone who'd seen far too many first dates, came by to collect their empty glasses. "You two make a handsome couple," she commented offhandedly before walking away. Shoyuta barely blinked at the remark, but Izuku? Izuku grinned. He turned back to Shoyuta with a spark of mischief in his eyes. "Well, my boyfriend and I thank you." Shoyuta froze, fingers still resting against his glass. "Boyfriend?" Izuku raised a brow, looking perfectly unbothered. "Yeah. Like it was the most obvious thing in the world." Shoyuta hesitated. "Are you sure?" The words left him before he could think better of them, rougher than intended, quieter, like he was waiting for Izuku to take it back. Izuku just smiled, slow and deliberate, leaning in slightly. "You're the one who kissed me, Shoyuta." Shoyuta exhaled, something loosening in his chest. Izuku let the silence linger for a second before leaning closer, pressing a fleeting kiss to the corner of Shuta's mouth just enough to feel the warmth of his lips. Nothing too deep, just a promise. And you kissed me again, Izuku murmured against his skin, green eyes steady and knowing. And again. And let's not talk about all the dates we went on. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, but his ears burned at the quiet confidence in Izuku's voice. Just making sure, he muttered, finishing the last sip of his drink before standing. Izuku only chuckled, following him out of the bar. The air outside was crisp, cool against their skin as they walked down the quiet street. The city had settled into something softer, distant headlights flickering in the background, the occasional street lamp casting long pools of light across the pavement. Their steps were unhurried, the space between them thinner than before. Shoyuta shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing sideways as Izuku did the same. Their shoulders brushed once, then twice. It would have been easy to pretend it was accidental. Izuku didn't pretend. The fourth time it happened, he stepped a little closer, bumping against Shoyuta deliberately before letting their arms knock together again. Shoyuta huffed. You do realize you can just... Before he could finish, Izuku shifted again. This time, instead of stepping away, he pulled a hand free from his pocket, fingers loose at his side. A silent offer. Shoyuta exhaled through his nose, then without thinking let his own hand slip free. Their fingers brushed. Just barely. The test. Izuku didn't pull away. Izuku hesitated only for a second before hooking his pinky around Shuta's. Just for a beat. Then he let go. Shoyuta let out a slow breath, his pulse thrumming in his throat. His fingers twitched at his side, but this time, when Izuku's hand brushed against his again, he didn't hesitate. He reached, found Izuku's fingers, and laced them together properly. Izuku stilled for a fraction of a second before his lips curved into something softer. I was starting to think you'd make me do all the work, he murmured. Shoyuta shot him a flat look, but Izuku only laughed, pleased. Then, as if testing his luck, Izuku tugged their hands slightly, coaxing Shoyuta to a stop beneath one of the street lamps. Come here, Izuku murmured, tilting his head just enough to be an invitation. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes slightly, skeptical. You're way too smug about this. Maybe. Still want to kiss me, though? Shoyuta sighed, as if Izuku was a headache he'd willingly chosen. Then he pulled him in. It was slower than their first kiss. Deeper than the teasing ones outside the bar. Shoyuta felt the warmth of Izuku's hand against his jaw, the way he tilted his head just enough to let Shoyuta lead, the quiet, pleased noise he made when their lips parted just slightly, only to meet again. Izuku's fingers curled at the base of his neck, not pulling, just holding. Shoyuta exhaled against his lips, pressing his forehead briefly to Izuku's before murmuring, You're really sure? Izuku hummed, thumbs brushing absent circles against Shuta's skin. You believe me now? Shoyuta let the words settle, let the weight of them press into his ribs before he finally said, Yeah, I do. Izuku grinned, all confidence and certainty. And just like that, they kept walking, fingers still laced together, moving forward into the quiet of the city night. The weight of the night melted away the moment Izuku stepped into his home. Soft lighting bathed the living room in a warm glow, the scent of something sweet lingering in the air, probably Himiko's latest experiment with baking. A black cat stretched lazily across the back of the couch, its golden eyes half-lidded as it watched the three of them settle in. Izuku sank onto the couch beside Dabi, exhaling deeply as he stretched an arm along the backrest. Without hesitation he reached out, ruffling Dabi's hair despite the half-hearted glare he received in response. Dabi grunted but didn't pull away. Himiko plopped down on his other side, immediately draping herself across his lap like she was still 5 instead of a teenager. Izuku huffed a laugh, resting a warm hand on her back as she peered up at him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Sue, Dad, she sing-songed. Izuku hummed, already resigned to whatever nonsense was about to leave her mouth. How's your boyfriend? Dabi snorted. The cat in his lap gave a half-hearted flick of its tail before settling deeper against him. Izuku arched a brow. Oh, you mean my very patient, very handsome, very stubborn boyfriend? Himiko gasped dramatically, pressing a hand over her heart. Oh my god, he admits it so easily now. Dabi smirked, tipping his head back. It's kinda weird not having to pry it out of him, honestly. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as he absently ran his fingers through Himiko's hair. I've always been honest about my relationships, he pointed out, when I'm sure of them. Himiko rolled her eyes. Yeah, but it's different this time. He gave her a curious look. Oh, how so? She poked his chest. Because you're, soft about it. You like him. Dabi raised a brow, watching Izuku's reaction. Izuku didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled, slow and genuine, something warm settling in his chest. I do, he admitted. Himiko beamed, satisfied. But before she could start another round of teasing, Izuku shifted, his expression turning just a touch more serious. You two are okay with this, right? He looked between them, voice soft but firm. If anything about it makes you uncomfortable, I want you to tell me. Himiko blinked, her teasing demeanor faltering just a little. Dabi gave him an unimpressed stare. Dad, Himiko started, drawing out the word. You do realize we're both grown, right? Izuku snorted, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pulling her closer in a half-hug. You're teens, not grown, he corrected, pressing a quick kiss to her temple before she could squirm away. Dabi smirked. She walked right into that one. Himiko groaned, burying her face in Izuku's chest. Ugh, why are you so embarrassing? Because I'm your dad, Izuku said simply, squeezing her briefly before letting her go. Then, he turned to Dabi, ruffling his hair again before he could duck away. And because I care. Dabi let out an exaggerated sigh but didn't pull away. We show you to that. He's not a pain in the butt, which is already a step up from some of your past flings. Hey! It's true. Himiko nodded sagely. I don't think I've ever seen you actually, take your time with someone before. Izuku blinked. What does that mean? Dabi smirked. Means you're acting like some love-struck schoolgirl instead of your usual, mysterious and unattainable act. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Himiko giggled, curling up against his side again. We're happy for you, Dad, she murmured, her voice softer now. Dabi didn't say anything for a moment, then added, yeah, you deserve something good. Izuku stilled, caught off guard by the sincerity. Then, with a quiet chuckle, he pulled them both in, his arms solid and reassuring around them. Thanks, you too. His voice was warm, steady. That means a lot. And as they sat there, the warmth of his family pressed against him, Izuku let himself sink into the quiet comfort of home. Because whatever was waiting for him outside these walls, whoever needed Kairos, whoever was asking questions, none of it mattered right now. Right now, he was just Dad. The midday sun streamed lazily through the wide windows of at home, spilling golden pools of light onto the polished wooden floors. The scent of freshly brewed coffee intertwined with warm notes of cinnamon and a whisper of vanilla from the latest seasonal drink Izuku had added to the menu. Soft jazz curled through the air, blending seamlessly with the occasional clink of ceramic mugs and the contented purring of cafe cats sprawled over cushioned chairs and sunlit nooks. It was peaceful. Or at least, it had been peaceful before Namuri and Hizashi arrived. They burst through the door like a storm, their presence a tangible shift in the atmosphere. Namuri, ever the queen of dramatics, claimed the best seat in the cafe, draping herself across it as though she were holding court. Hizashi, meanwhile, had barely settled before two of the cafe's more social cats had flocked to him, one curling into his lap, the other climbing onto his shoulder like a tiny, furry overlord. He looked far too pleased with himself. Tensei arrived not long after, slipping in with a measured calm that balanced out the chaos. He greeted Izuku and Himiko with his usual easy charm before making his way to a seat near Namuri and Hizashi, a knowing smirk already tugging at his lips. Dabi, on the other hand, had staked out his usual spot in the corner. A sleek black cat was curled up in his lap, its purring nearly drowned out by the hum of conversation. He barely acknowledged the ruckus, the occasional grunt the only sign he was even listening. His shift wasn't due to start for another hour, and he had no intention of moving until absolutely necessary. Behind the counter, Izuku worked with effortless ease, hands moving from espresso machines to milk frothers with practiced grace. Between drinks, he tossed out flirtations as casually as he poured coffee, his voice smooth, teasing. Hisashi, if you ever get tired of being a hero, Izuku mused, sliding an expertly frothed latte toward him, I could use a voice like yours here. Just imagine it, welcome to at home, you'd have half of Mizutofu flocking here on charm alone. Hisashi let out a laugh, taking a sip. Tempting, but I dunno if I could handle all the competition. These little guys would steal all my fans. As if on cue, one of the cafe's regulars, a plump orange tabby named Cake, let out a luxurious stretch before sauntering up Hisashi's arm, perching smugly on his shoulder. Betrayal, Hisashi whispered, aghast. Cake has taste, Himiko quipped, chin propped on her palm as she smirked. Tensei chuckled into his coffee. How's the job treating you, Himiko? She grinned. Pays in cash and cat cuddles, so I can't complain. And free coffee, Izuku added with a pointed look. Yeah, but I'd work for cat cuddles alone. Namuri, who had been watching the exchange with bright amusement, leaned in, her grin lazy and feline. And what about me, Izuku? Would you hire me? Izuku tilted his head as though seriously considering it, green eyes playful. Oh, I'd hire you just to keep me on my toes. Namuri smirked, obviously pleased. Smart man. Dabi scoffed from the corner, absently scratching the black cat behind its ears. More like MCST. Izuku shot him a smirk. And yet, here you are, still working for me. Dabi just shrugged. Good coffee. Chill cats. The boss is a pain in the butt, but I've had worse. Shoyuda had been leaning against the counter the whole time, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But there was a flicker of something at the corners of his mouth, a twitch of his lips that suggested this wasn't just tolerated, it was familiar. Comfortable. Izuku, moving behind the counter with practiced ease, slid a latte toward Namuri before she could even ask. Before you start interrogating me, I already know what you're going to ask. Namuri arched a brow, accepting the drink. Do you now? You want to know if I'm seeing anyone? You ask it every time. Hisashi grinned, leaning forward. And? Are you? Izuku hummed, wiping his hands on a dish towel. His gaze flicked toward Shoyuda, who was leaning against the far end of the counter, arms crossed, watching the conversation unfold with his usual unreadable expression. Yeah, Izuku said casually. I am. Silence. Namuri shot upright so fast her drink nearly sloshed over the rim. Excuse me? Hisashi gawked. Tensei's smirk deepened. Dabi barely lifted his head. Himiko, who had clearly known this was coming, just grinned into her cup. Since when? Namuri demanded. A while now, Izuku said, far too pleased with himself. Hisashi clutched his chest. And you didn't tell us? I'm telling you now. Namuri narrowed her eyes. Who? Izuku tapped a thoughtful finger against his chin. Should I say? I don't know, I kinda like watching you all lose your minds over it. Namuri groaned. Izuku. Instead of answering, Izuku turned, walking around the counter with an easy stride. And then before anyone could process what he was about to do, he stopped in front of Shoyuda, reached up, and kissed him. It was slow, deliberate, not overly dramatic, not rushed, but undeniable. Shoyuda, to his credit, barely reacted beyond a sharp inhale through his nose. His hand, however, settled lightly against Izuku's waist, gripping just enough to ground himself. When Izuku pulled back, the cafe was dead silent. He turned, flashing a bright, utterly smug grin at his stunned audience. Surprise, he said. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Namuri screamed. Hisashi slammed his hands on the table. Tensei let out a low whistle. Dabi groaned. Himiko cheered. What the hell? Namuri demanded. Since when? Sho, what did you do to deserve this? Sho, you decide. I have regrets. Izuku grinned up at him. No, you don't. Shoyuda exhaled heavily. No. I don't. Namuri clutched her drink like she was going to throw it. I can't believe this. Hisashi wiped an imaginary tear. Our sweet barista dating the grumpiest man alive. I'm so proud. Tensei sipped his coffee, nodding approvingly. Unexpected, but I respect it. Dabi let out a low chuckle from his corner. Gross. You two are disgusting. Himiko leaned on the counter, grinning. You love it. Nope. Gagging. Izuku, still riding high on the chaos he had just unleashed, looped an arm around Shuta's waist and leaned into him, utterly unbothered. So, he said, smiling innocently. Anyone want dessert? Nemuri groaned into her hands. Show you decide. Dabi threw a sugar packet at Izuku's head. And Himiko, grinning ear to ear, simply said, best. Ever. The alleyway was quiet, the faint echo of footsteps barely audible over the distant hum of the city. Shuta's eyes scanned the dark corners as he moved cautiously, a habit honed over years of patrols. His night was supposed to be routine, but as always, the unexpected had a way of finding him. Kairos emerged from the shadows, an imposing figure draped in a long, dark coat. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous light, the kind that suggested he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Shoyuta froze, recognizing the vigilante even before his sharp, knowing smile reached his lips. You're out late, Eraserhead, Kairos said, his voice smooth, like the calm before a storm. He walked towards Eraserhead with an easy confidence, steps slow, deliberate, as though he had all the time in the world. Tell me, is it the thrill of the chase, or are you just avoiding me? Shuta's brow furrowed, his stance stiffening as he folded his arms across his chest. He didn't like the way Kairos was looking at him, like he was a puzzle to be solved or a challenge to be met. The vigilante stepped even closer, too close for comfort. His presence was almost overwhelming, like a charged static in the air. I'm here for a job, Shoyuta replied, his voice gruff but controlled, the ever-present edge to it. You should head home, Kairos. Before I get really annoyed. Kairos chuckled, undeterred by Shuta's words. Ah, I see. You're one of those no distractions types, huh? He moved even closer, standing just inches away, his breath warm against Shuta's cheek. His gaze was unwavering, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. But you know, distractions can be fun. His fingers brushed lightly over Shuta's arm, the touch brief but deliberate. Shuta's sharp eyes narrowed, his stance now a rigid wall. He took a step back, putting distance between them, his jaw set in irritation. I'm not interested, he said firmly, voice laced with a warning. Kairos's smirk faltered for the briefest moment, but his cool demeanor quickly returned. Not interested in me or just someone like me? Is it my nighttime activities? He teased, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. He knew how to push people's buttons, how to get under their skin, but Shoyuta wasn't just anyone. It's you, Shoyuta shot back. He glanced away for a moment, his thoughts momentarily drifting to Izuku, before his gaze hardened once more. And if you're looking for a fight, I'm not in the mood. Kairos regarded him with a raised eyebrow, a quiet hum of amusement in his chest. Fair enough, Eraserhead, he said, stepping back and giving a mock salute. But remember, even the most disciplined minds need a little distraction sometimes. With that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Shoyuta alone, the air still crackling with tension. Shoyuta exhaled sharply, his body relaxing now that the encounter was over. As much as he hated to admit it, the strange, lingering pull of Kairos's presence left him with a simmering unease. Shoyuta shook it off, focusing instead on the path ahead. Tonight was far from over, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something complicated. Detective Tsukachi had left his office for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All he had done was step out to grab 1 cup of coffee, something to keep him awake and functioning through his miserable shift. And yet, when he returned, Kairos was there. Sitting in his chair. Lounging. One leg crossed over the other, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. He was twirling one of Tsukachi's pens between his fingers, looking like he belonged in the detective's office. Tsukachi's brain buffered. He stopped in the doorway, staring, his fingers tightening around his coffee cup. His window was locked. His door had been locked when he left. There were no alarms, no signs of forced entry. And yet Kairos was here. Which meant, oh, for F's sake. Tsukachi took one deep breath, then set his coffee down very deliberately on the nearest surface. His expression did not change as he reached for his HNDCFFS. Kairos, he said, voice flat and dangerously even. Kairos beamed. Detective, you're back. I was starting to think you got lost. Tsukachi's eye twitched. The HNDCFFS clicked open. You're under arrest, Tsukachi said. Kairos sighed dramatically, stretching his arms above his head in a slow, cat-like motion before reclining even further into Tsukachi's chair. Oh, Tsukachi, he said, mock-wistful, arresting me is so last season. Tsukachi slammed his hands down on the desk. How did you even get in here? Kairos grinned, tilting his head in amusement. Then, with obnoxious flair, he held up a single paperclip. Tsukachi felt an aneurysm coming on. The window, he tried, voice desperate for logic. It was locked. Kairos nodded sagely. It was. I locked it. Another nod. You did. Then how did you get in? Kairos smirked, twirling the paperclip. Oh, you'll love this, he said cheerfully. I waited for you to leave. Then I unlocked it, let myself in, and locked it again. Tsukachi just stared. Nope. He was not dealing with this today. He exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face. Kairos smiled way too brightly. You're welcome, by the way. Tsukachi whipped his head up. For what? Kairos gestured lazily. I didn't break the window. Could have just smashed it and climbed in. But no, I kept it classy. You're lucky to have me, really. Tsukachi was going to lose his FNG mind. He cut himself off, inhaling through his nose. Get out. Kairos ignored him completely. I need backup, he said, shifting gears as if they hadn't just been discussing his literal breaking and entering. Big deal going down in 2 days. Black market, stolen weapons, probably some government-level corruption, real juicy stuff. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. No. Kairos clicked his tongue. You're no fun. I'm a detective, Tsukachi deadpanned. I don't have fun. I have crime reports, bureaucratic nightmares, and you. Kairos shot finger guns at him. And what a joy I am. Tsukachi pulled out his phone, ignoring him completely. He needed backup. Kairos, completely unbothered, tilted his head toward the coffee Tsukachi had set down earlier. Oh, he said suddenly. Actually, could you ask him to grab me a coffee too? Tsukachi froze. Then, very slowly, he turned his head to stare at Kairos like he was about to commit a war crime. Kairos blinked. What? You were just out there. Would have been polite to bring me one too. Tsukachi's jaw clenched. He typed violently into his phone. Tsukachi. Bizawa. Office. To raise her head. Tsukachi. Kairos is here. To raise her head. That doesn't tell me anything. Tsukachi. He broke into my office and is sitting in my chair. To raise her head. That's your problem, not mine. Tsukachi. He just asked me to get him coffee. To raise her head. I'm on my way. Kairos, watching him text, kicked his feet up onto the desk. Tsukachi set his phone down aggressively and pointed at the window. You broke in. Kairos waved him off. No need to get technical. You broke in and then asked me for a coffee. Kairos nodded. Yes. And? Tsukachi threw up his hands. You're insane. Kairos gasped. Rude. Unnecessary. I prefer quirky. Before Tsukachi could reply, the door swung open again. Aizawa stood in the doorway, looking as tired and done with the world as always. His gaze swept over the room, taking in the sight of Tsukachi vibrating with frustration, Kairos still lounging in his chair, and a paperclip tauntingly sitting on the desk. He let out a long, slow sigh. What the hell is happening here? Kairos beamed at him. Eraser. Just in time. I have a proposition. No. Tsukachi and Aizawa said in unison. Kairos pouted. Wow. Not even gonna let me finish. Aizawa exhaled slowly, turning to Tsukachi. You called me in to be the responsible adult, didn't you? Tsukachi pointed violently at Kairos. He broke in and then had the audacity to ask for coffee. Aizawa's eyelid twitched. He turned to Kairos. "Get out of the chair." Kairos smiled. "No." Aizawa walked forward, grabbed the back of the chair, and tipped it over. Kairos hit the floor with a yelp. Tsukachi exhaled in relief. Aizawa crossed his arms. Talk. Kairos, still on the ground, grinned up at them. "See? I knew you two would come around." Tsukachi turned immediately to Aizawa. "I need you to help me bury a body." Aizawa nodded. "Understandable." Kairos just laughed. The restaurant was warm, low-lit, and NTMT, the kind of place that encouraged soft laughter and quiet conversation. The golden glow of candlelight flickered over polished wood tables, casting long shadows that sharpened the angles of Shuta's jaw, making him look even more devastating than usual. Izuku noticed. He also noticed the way Shoyuta had been watching him for the past 10 minutes. His gaze was unwavering, dark eyes steady, dragging over Izuku's body as if he were memorizing every inch of him. It wasn't subtle, not even a little, and it set something deep within Izuku's chest alight. Izuku swirled his drink in his glass, feeling the coolness of the stem under his fingers. He leaned back slightly, allowing his eyes to meet Shuta's, daring him to break the tension. "You've been staring at me for the past 10 minutes, Shoyuta," Izuku murmured, his voice teasing, amused. "Enjoying the view?" Shoyuta didn't falter. He simply raised an eyebrow and let the silence stretch between them before speaking, "Maybe I am." Izuku's grin deepened, a wicked curve of his lips. "I'd hope so," he replied, his voice smooth, laced with challenge. "I put in extra effort tonight. Would have been a shame if you didn't notice." Shuta's lips twitched as his gaze flicked over Izuku's figure once more, slow and deliberate, his fingers tapping lightly against his glass. "You put in the effort for me then?" he asked, his voice dipped in that familiar low, knowing tone. "That's cute." Izuku chuckled, but the heat in his gaze remained. "I said I hoped you noticed. Doesn't mean you're the only one I wanted to impress." Something flickered behind Shuta's eyes, a subtle shift in his posture as he took a long sip from his glass. When he set it down, his voice was lower, heavier. "That's so." Izuku, not missing a beat, dragged his finger along the rim of his glass, watching Shuta's eyes follow the motion. His foot nudged Shuta's under the table, just enough to provoke a reaction. "You get jealous so easily," Izuku teased, his voice sharp with amusement. "You should work on that, Shoyuta." Shuta's lips parted as though he might respond, but instead he leaned back in his chair, utterly at ease, yet Izuku could feel the weight of his knee pressing against his under the table. "Jealous?" Shoyuta echoed, voice laced with something darker. "No. I just know that if anyone else looked at you the way I do, they wouldn't know what to do with you." Izuku nearly choked on his drink, his face flushing red as he fought to regain his composure. That was unfair. Shoyuta watched him struggle, utterly pleased, and Izuku gave him a pointed glare, though the heat in his eyes betrayed him. He set his glass down and, with a sharp exhale, leaned in slightly, letting the space between them close. "And you do?" he asked, voice steady but full of something rich and unshaken. Shoyuta didn't answer immediately. He just watched. Izuku could feel it then, his gaze, dark and predatory, sinking into him, pressing the air from his lungs. It was suffocating. Dangerous. "I always do," Shoyuta murmured, his words final, like a truth too deep to deny. Izuku shivered at the intensity of it, his grip tightening on his glass. His heartbeat hammered against his ribs, and the noise of the restaurant seemed to blur, the world shrinking down to just the two of them at this table. The air between them felt thick with something unspoken as they left the restaurant, the cool night air doing little to quell the heat simmering between them. They walked in sync, a subtle current of tension between them, the silence not awkward but charged, electrified. And then, as they walked to Shuta's apartment door, Shuta's hand barely there, just a whisper glided over Izuku's lower back. It wasn't a touch, not quite innocent, but it was a promise. Izuku couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips, though he kept it light. "That was fun. You should flirt with me more often, Shoyuta." Shuda's eyes flicked to him, sharp and assessing, before his voice came out lower than before, deep with something darker. You should be careful what you ask for, Izuku. Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine. He liked it. He liked it too much. Why? Izuku asked, his voice warm, smooth, but challenging. You afraid I might like it? And then, just like that, Shoyuta stopped walking. Izuku was caught off guard, the sudden pull of his wrist drawing him in close. His breath hitched as their chests nearly brushed, the proximity making his pulse spike. No, Shuda's voice was a low growl, laced with something possessive, something dangerously ending. I'm afraid you'll find out just how much you like it. Izuku's breath hitched. His heart skipped a beat. And yet, despite the fire blazing in his chest, he didn't look away. The tension crackled between them, thick and undeniable. Shoyuta let go of his wrist with a slow, deliberate motion, stepping back like nothing had happened. He didn't smirk, didn't look smug. He simply said, calm as ever, let's go. Izuku's pulse raced even faster as he stepped into the apartment, the door clicking shut behind them with a finality that made the air thick with expectation. Inside, the silence pressed down on him, heavier than anything. He couldn't focus on anything but Shoyuta, his body, his presence, the intensity in his eyes. It was suffocating, and Izuku wanted more. He leaned against the door, arms loose but his posture deliberate, watching Shoyuta shrug off his jacket. As it slid from his shoulders, revealing the strong muscles beneath, Izuku felt a tightness coil in his stomach. Without thinking, without hesitation, he crossed the distance between them, his hands reaching for Shuda's collar. Shoyuta barely had time to react before Izuku pulled him closer, their bodies flush, heat radiating off of them. So, about that flirting. Izuku murmured, his voice teasing, but raw at the edges. Think you can back it up? Shuda's hand shot out, grabbing Izuku's wrist, his other hand moving to his hip with a grip that made Izuku shiver. There was no teasing now. No hesitation. Just raw need. Shoyuta leaned in, their lips a breath apart. His voice was rough, deeper than before, almost amused. You really like playing with fire, don't you? Izuku inhaled sharply, heart racing. He grinned, pulling Shoyuta closer, feeling the heat of his body press against him. Only when it burns the right way. And then, without warning, Shoyuta kissed him. It wasn't soft. It wasn't sweet. It was a claim. A battle. A collision of lips and teeth, both of them desperate for more, pulling, tugging at each other like they couldn't get close enough. Shuda's hands were everywhere, gripping Izuku's waist, sliding up his shirt, leaving fire in their wake. Izuku responded just as fiercely, hands efficently into Shuda's shirt, pulling him closer, wanting more, needing more. Their teeth clashed, their breaths came in ragged bursts. Every inch of them was consumed by heat, by need, by the way they could barely keep their hands off each other. Shuda's hands tightened on Izuku's waist, pulling him closer, rough and possessive. Izuku ummed, barely registering the movement as Shoyuta spun them, pressing him into the nearest wall, kissing him harder, deeper. Izuku's arm wrapped around Shuda's neck, pulling him in, urging him closer. The world had become a blur, and all that mattered was the press of Shuda's body against his, the way Shoyuta kissed him like he'd never stop. And then they barely made it to the couch, crashing together in a tangled mess of limbs. Clothes easily found their way to the floor as Izuku ended up straddling Shuda's lap. Breath coming in quick gasps as they both struggled to keep control. Shoyuta didn't give him a chance to breathe. His hands were on him, guiding him, moving with slow deliberation, pushing and pulling until Izuku was breathless with anticipation. Izuku grabbed Shuda's wrist, stopping him for a moment. With a smirk, he flipped the dynamic, pushing Shoyuta onto the couch beneath him. What's wrong? Thought you had me cornered? Shoyuta didn't fight it. Not yet. Instead, his hands moved to Izuku's thighs, possessive, slow. He let Izuku take the lead for now. You're bold tonight, Shoyuta murmured, his voice laced with something darker, deeper. Izuku leaned in, lips brushing Shuda's ear as he whispered, and you love it. That was it. Shoyuta shifted, his grip tightening, and in a flash he flipped them over, pinning Izuku to the couch. Izuku gasped, caught in the sudden movement. He was barely able to react before Shoyuta was on him again, his lips trailing lower, teeth scraping against the sensitive skin of Izuku's neck, leaving love bites that made Izuku his fingers digging into Shuta's back. Shoyuta, Izuku gasped, but Shoyuta silenced him with another sharp nip. And then, as Shoyuta moved lower, kissing down Izuku's chest, the world shrank down to just the two of them. The ache in Izuku's stomach grew unbearable, and he couldn't help but beg. "Please, Shoyuta." Shoyuta paused, his eyes dark, lips swollen from their kisses. "Say that again," he commanded, voice low and dangerous. Izuku tilted his chin, offering himself up like a sacrificial lamb. "Please. Take me." Shoyuta cursed against freckled skin as he grabbed Izuku's thighs. "Bedroom," was the only thing he murmured against the neck. He once again gave a bite. Izuku ummed again and nodded, wanting to get up, but Shoyuta grabbed hold of him. With the ease of years of training, he got them both off the couch, Izuku's legs wrapped around him. Teasing the greenette, Shoyuta squeezed the others, but, satisfied by the soft yelp it earned him. Izuku, for his part, was kissing Shuta's shoulders before he hungrily kissed the man's lips. With the last bit of restraint, Shoyuta got them into his bedroom and let Izuku fall on the bed, giving him a smirk when the other looked at him annoyed. Before Izuku could comment, Shoyuta moved, shrinking the space between the two as he kissed him again, starting their long night. The morning was slow and warm, filled with the kind of quiet that only came after a particularly good night. The golden morning light seeped in through the curtains, casting long shadows across the bed, catching on the curve of Izuku's cheek, the mess of his green curls, the way his bare leg was slotted between Shuta's, completely tangled around him like a vine. Shoyuta groaned softly. He didn't want to be awake yet. His body was heavy with the pleasant ache of last night's activities, and Izuku was draped over him like a personal, incredibly clingy weighted blanket. He was warm, soft, smelling faintly of sweat and whatever body wash he used that made Shoyuta want to bury his face in his curls and never leave. He did exactly that, nuzzling into Izuku's hair and pressing a soft, lingering kiss against the unruly green strands. Izuku hummed in his sleep, shifting slightly, but didn't wake up. Shoyuta huffed a quiet laugh. Ridiculous man. With great reluctance, he carefully maneuvered Izuku off him, untangling their limbs despite Izuku's unconscious protests. The moment he was free, he rolled out of bed, stretching with a groan. It was too early, but if he stayed in bed, he was going to get distracted. With that in mind, he tugged on a black shirt and his favorite pink sweatpants, the ones that made Hisashi laugh whenever he wore them, even though he gifted them, and padded into the kitchen to make breakfast. The apartment was quiet except for the occasional sizzle of eggs in the pan and the faint scrape of a spatula. Shoyuta worked with practiced ease, pouring coffee, flipping eggs, and making sure the toast didn't burn. He was plating the food when he heard the soft creak of the bedroom door opening. Izuku's sleep-heavy footsteps padded closer, and when Shoyuta finally glanced up, Shoyuta froze, mid-motion, eyes locking onto Izuku as his brain stuttered to a halt. Izuku stood in the middle of the living room, rubbing at one eye sleepily, his hair a disaster of curls that refused to behave. He wasn't wearing pants. He wasn't even wearing one of his own shirts. He was wearing one of Shuta's shirts, oversized and loose, hanging off his frame in an absolutely unfair way. The hem barely skimmed the tops of his thighs, leaving way too much leg exposed, and the neckline was so wide that it slouched off one shoulder, revealing the curve of his collarbone. Shoyuta swore under his breath. "Morning," Izuku yawned, voice thick with sleep as he padded toward the kitchen. He sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up slightly. "Smells good." Shoyuta was still frozen. Izuku blinked at him, tilting his head, and then a slow, lazy grin spread across his lips. "Are you all right, Sho?" he teased, voice playful. "You look a little stuck." Shoyuta dragged a hand down his face, grumbling. "It's too early for this," he muttered, forcing himself to turn back to the stove before he did something stupid, like haul Izuku back to bed. Izuku, the little menace, didn't let up. He stepped closer, leaning against the counter, tilting his head in an utterly unfair way. "For what?" he asked, voice honeyed, teasing. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes at him. "For you being that distracting." Izuku grinned. "Oh, Am I distracting Shoyuta? Shoyuta didn't dignify that with an answer. Instead, he plated the last of the food and turned to set it on the counter only for Izuku to step into his space, his arms looping lazily around Shuta's waist as he leaned up on his toes. "Good morning, love," Izuku murmured, voice still thick with sleep, but his eyes were sharp, knowing. Shoyuta sighed heavily, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he let Izuku press close, let him tilt his head up, let him steal a slow, lingering kiss. It was soft, unhurried, the kind of kiss that made Shoyuta want to forget breakfast altogether. He nearly did. But then he remembered the toast was getting cold. With a low groan, he pulled back, gripping Izuku's hips to steady him. "Food first," he muttered. Izuku whined, actually whined, pouting up at him. "Shoyuta, food first." Shoyuta repeated, turning him by the shoulders and nudging him toward the counter. Izuku grumbled under his breath but didn't argue. Instead, it slumped onto one of the bar stools, chin propped up on his palm as he watched Shoyuta move around the kitchen. Shoyuta handed him a plate, and Izuku perked up slightly at the sight of the food. "Fine, I guess I will eat first." Shoyuta rolled his eyes fondly and grabbed his phone to check the time only to see a text notification from an unknown number. He clicked it open, his eyebrows raising as he read. 2:43 a.m. unknown number. "If my father is not home safe by morning, I will set your house on fire." Shoyuta huffed a short, amused breath. "Your son threatened me last night." Izuku blinked, mid-bite. "Huh." Shoyuta turned his phone toward him, displaying the message. Izuku's eyes flicked over it before he groaned loudly, slumping forward onto the counter. "Dabi, you menace," he grumbled, rubbing his face. "I never should have given him your number." Shoyuta smirked. "It was for emergencies, wasn't it?" "Yes. Actual emergencies, not dad is out past midnight with his boyfriend emergencies." Shoyuta chuckled, taking a sip of his coffee. "Sounds like an emergency to me." Izuku shot him a glare. "Whose side are you on?" Shoyuta smirked, reaching out to flick a curl away from Izuku's forehead. "I'm on the side of the person who threatened to set my house on fire." Izuku groaned dramatically, dropping his head onto the counter. "This is my life now." Shoyuta just leaned over, pressing a kiss to the back of Izuku's head. "Eat your breakfast, koala." Izuku grumbled something unintelligible but picked up his fork, already plotting how to scold Dabi later. Aizawa Shoyuta had been through a lot in his life. He had been thrown through walls, electrocuted, set on fire, and buried under rubble more times than he cared to count. He had faced down villains, crime lords, and bored high schoolers on a sugar high with nothing but his wit and an alarming amount of sleep deprivation. There was very little left in this world that could rattle him. So, logically, sitting in his boyfriend's living room, drinking his boyfriend's coffee, across from his boyfriend's two criminally inclined children, shouldn't have been an issue. And yet somehow he had the distinct feeling that this was going to be the hardest fight of his life. Himiko was perched on the armrest of the couch, her entire posture loose, easy too easy. The way she twirled a knife between her fingers wasn't threatening in a direct way, but it was deliberate. She wanted him to see it. Wanted him to know that even if she wasn't planning to use it, she could. Dabi, on the other hand, had taken the opposite approach. He was slouched back in the chair across from Shoyuta, legs stretched out, arms crossed, but his eyes, sharp and unreadable, were watching. Carefully. Measuring. Like he was waiting to see how this conversation would go before he decided whether to tolerate him or kill him. Shoyuta, fully aware of the ambush that was about to unfold, set his tea down and waited. Dabi's smirk widened. Himiko beamed. "All right, Eraserhead. Let's have a chat." Dabi's voice was slow, casual, the kind of drawl that implied he wasn't in a rush, because he already knew how this would go. Shoyuta raised a brow, unimpressed. "We already did this." "That was a preliminary meeting," Himiko corrected, flipping the knife once more before it vanished somewhere into her sleeve with a flick of her wrist. "This is the real one." Shoyuta exhaled slowly, already regretting his life choices. "Fine. Get it over with." Himiko clapped her hands together delightedly as Dabi grinned like a cat who had just cornered a very tired mouse. That was an even worse sign. You break his heart, we break your legs. Look, old man, Dobby started, tipping his chair back slightly, his smirk stretching wider. We both know Dad's got a bleeding heart. Too soft, Himiko agreed easily. And sometimes that means he picks up strays. Like you. Shoyuta didn't react, but he felt that jab. Not because it hurt he had been called worse, but because they meant it. This wasn't just a warning, this was a test. Because they knew. They all knew that Izuku loved too much, too easily, too selflessly. That he gave and gave until there was nothing left, and still, he would find more to give. That it had hurt him before, and it would hurt him again if the wrong person came along. And they had no intention of letting that happen. Dobby's next words were slow, careful, drawing out every syllable. So, just to be clear. Himiko leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, eyes sharp despite her bright, almost innocent smile. If you so much as make him frown, we'll make sure you never smile again. The beat. Shoyuta, completely unimpressed, met their gazes evenly. You two are dramatic as hell. And you're not denying it, Dobby pointed out, his smirk widening ever so slightly. Shoyuta exhaled, rolling his shoulders back in irritation. I don't plan on hurting him. That's what they all say, Himiko sing-songed. And that finally was the last straw. Shuta's patience, already wearing thin, snapped. You two do realize I could literally kick both of your buttes, right? Silence. Dobby snorted. Himiko actually tilted her head back and cackled. Oh my God, she wheezed between laughter, kicking her legs up. Did you hear that, Dobby? He thinks he could take us. Hilarious, Dobby agreed, voice dripping with amusement. Shuta's eye twitched. He was a fully trained pro hero, with years of combat experience. He had fought villains, students, and sleep deprivation all at once. And these little menaces were laughing at him. I hate both of you. Ah, Himiko grinned. That means we're bonding. So, do you love him? The question came so suddenly, so casually that for a second, Shoyuta almost didn't register it. Dobby, still lounging, had asked it as if he were commenting on the weather. But Shoyuta knew better, because Himiko had gone completely still. And Dobby, despite his smirk, was watching him closely. They weren't just asking for fun, they needed to know. They needed to know if he was serious. It was their dad they were talking about. They needed to be sure of it, that he wasn't going to be another mistake. And Shoyuta, without hesitation, met their gazes and answered. Yeah. A moment of silence. Then Himiko grinned and Dobby exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Took you long enough. Shoyuta frowned. Excuse me? Please, we've been watching you two make eyes at each other for months, Himiko teased, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. It was painful. Embarrassing, honestly, Dobby added, smirk still. Firmly in place. Shoyuta groaned. These little shitheads. Himiko giggled, rocking forward on the couch. Alright, you pass. For now. Yeah, Dobby waved a hand lazily. Just don't screw it up, or we'll actually break your legs. Shoyuta gave them a long, unimpressed look. Try it. Dobby grinned at him while Himiko winked. Shoyuta exhaled sharply and rubbed his temples. This was definitely not the last time they were going to threaten him. He was completely sure of that. The kitchen light cast a soft, warm glow over the room as Izuku sat at the counter, his attention focused on the small wound on his arm. A shallow but noticeable cut ran across his forearm. It was from a close encounter during his vigilante work earlier in the evening. He'd gotten lucky this time, nothing too serious, but the wound still needed care. With practiced hands, Izuku dabbed the blood away with a cloth and reached for the stitching kit, trying to ignore the slight ache that pulsed through him. The more he moved, the more the reality of what was coming for him weighed on his mind. Sooner or later, Shoyuta was going to find out. He couldn't keep the secret from him forever. There was a soft shuffle behind him, the sound of footsteps growing closer. Izuku didn't need to look up to know who it was. Dobby's presence was unmistakable, even in the quiet of the late hour. You're still at it, huh? Dobby's voice broke the silence, a half-laugh in his tone. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a casual look in his eye, but there was something calculating there too. Izuku paused for a moment, glancing up at his son as he continued with the stitches. "I'm fine, Dabi. Just a little scrape. Nothing to worry about." Dabi raised an eyebrow. "A scrape, huh? That's a hell of a scrape. Looks more like a stab wound." Izuku gave him a half-hearted grin, shrugging it off. "You know me. Always managing to get in the way of things." He tightened the thread, focusing on the task, trying to block out the gnawing anxiety in his chest. "I'm just making sure it doesn't get infected. It'll be fine." Dabi watched him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed and leaned against the counter, his eyes flicking to the living room where Himiko had already gone to bed. The soft murmur of her nighttime playlist still echoed faintly from the speaker. When he spoke again, it was quieter, more serious. "You know Shura's going to find out eventually, right?" Izuku's hands stilled, his heart skipping a beat as he glanced over at Dabi, trying to play it cool. "I'm not worried about it. It's not like I'm going to tell him anytime soon either. Besides, it's not that big of a deal." Dabi gave him a pointed look, a smirk tugging at his lips, though there was an underlying tension in his voice. "You can't keep this up forever. The more you get hurt, the more he'll start to notice. You think he won't figure it out when you're suddenly sporting a dozen cuts and bruises, and you don't even flinch when they happen? You're not exactly the best at hiding things, you know." Izuku shifted uncomfortably, his fingers trembling slightly as he finished the last stitch. He tied it off quickly, trying to hide his unease. "I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll just start being clumsy, accidentally trip or something. Get some minor injuries here and there. It'll throw him off." He laughed softly, though it was a nervous, forced sound. Dabi didn't join him in the laughter, his gaze steady and piercing as he stepped closer. He lowered his voice almost to a whisper. "You're not fooling anyone, old man. Especially not Shoyuta. He's serious about you." Izuku froze for a moment, the weight of Dabi's words settling over him. "What do you mean?" His voice came out softer than he intended, and he didn't look up, focusing instead on the small bandage he was wrapping around his arm. "I mean," Dabi continued, his tone almost casual but with a hint of something deeper, "he's not just some guy you're casually seeing. He's not just another boyfriend, Dad. Dabi hesitated for a brief moment, as if weighing his words carefully. "He's in love with you. And when he finds out the truth, he's not going to let it slide." Izuku's heart sank, a lump forming in his throat. He could feel the reality of the situation pressing down on him. He'd never doubted Shura's seriousness, but hearing it so bluntly, coming from Dabi of all people, made it hit harder. His gaze flickered up to meet Dabi's, a mixture of worry and uncertainty in his eyes. "You think he'll?" Dabi shrugged nonchalantly, though the look in his eyes was far more serious now. "What's he going to do? You're his partner. And it's not like you're not committed to him either. But the thing is, Shoyuta doesn't back down when he's serious about something. He'll figure it out, and when he does, you're not going to be able to dance your way around the truth." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, but he swallowed it down, trying to hold it together. "I know. I don't want him to get hurt. He doesn't deserve to be dragged into this. It's dangerous. It's a risk." "I get it," Dabi said quietly. "But it's not like you can just turn off your feelings for him, right? You're already too deep in it. So just stop running from the truth. You don't need to protect him from everything, Dad. He's strong, and if he really loves you, he'll take it." He paused, glancing over at Izuku with a half-smile. "You don't think the second shovel talk we gave him was the last one, do you?" Izuku groaned, leaning his head back against the counter with a soft chuckle. "I swear, I'll never hear the end of that, will I?" He smiled ruefully, rubbing his face with his free hand. "Himiko's really got a thing for interrogating my boyfriends." Dabi's smirk widened, his voice filled with an almost teasing amusement. "It's good that she's got your back, though. You might need her to give Shoyuta the third shovel talk when the truth comes out." Izuku chuckled, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. He hadn't expected Dabi to be the one to put it all into perspective, but it was also clear to him that his kids had taken a liking to the other man. "I don't know if that's the best plan, Dabi. But you're right. He's serious about me. I guess I'll have to face it sooner or later. Dabi leaned against the counter, crossing his arms as he eyed his father with a mix of amusement and something deeper, almost protective, in its own way. Yeah, you will. But don't push him away when he comes looking for the truth, all right? Shoyuta doesn't seem like the type to walk away, even if it's messy. Izuku nodded, more to himself than to Dabi, but the words settled deep within him. He knew what he had to do. It was just a matter of when. As they stood in the quiet kitchen, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air, Izuku realized that no matter how much he tried to hide it, the truth was inevitable. And he wasn't sure if he was ready for the moment Shoyuta finally discovered who he truly was. But one thing was clear: he couldn't keep running forever. It was early evening, the sun hanging low on the horizon, casting a soft golden glow over the city. The quiet hum of the streets was the backdrop to the sound of her sneakers tapping lightly against the pavement. Himiko's stomach had growled for the past hour, and she knew exactly what she wanted: chips. A simple, craving-induced mission. Her dad had been busy, and she wasn't about to bother him for a snack. So, she slipped out quietly, like she had done many times before. The streets were still well lit, and the cool air brushed against her skin as she walked towards the corner store. It was a quick trip, a mere few blocks, but the city always felt different at night, silent and almost unnerving, with shadows stretching longer than usual. She was nearly there when she noticed something off. A voice, low and rough, called out to her from behind. "Hey, little lady, where you off to?" Himiko's heart skipped a beat. She knew she should have turned around, but her curiosity got the better of her. When she glanced over her shoulder, she saw two men standing a little too close for comfort. They didn't look like anyone she knew, and the way their eyes lingered on her made her gut twist in unease. "None of your business," she replied curtly, quickening her pace as she tried to walk past them. One of the men stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "You sure about that?" His voice was laced with a sneer, and his hand reached out to grab her arm. Before she could react, his grip tightened, and the second man came up behind her. "What's the hurry, sweetheart? We're just looking for a little company." Fear started to bubble up inside her, but she pushed it down. She wasn't helpless. She could handle herself. But they were quick, and now that she realized the gravity of the situation, her mind raced. No one could see her. No one knew she was here. "Hey!" she tried to shout, but her voice caught in her throat. The man's grip was so tight on her arm, she couldn't even pull away. "Let me go." They pulled her into a dark alley, the sounds of the city fading away. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, a cold sweat running down her back. She hated the helpless feeling, hated that there was no one to save her. No one but herself. It had been an ordinary patrol for Shoyuta, checking in on the quieter parts of the city as night began to settle in. His mind was focused, calculating, watching for any signs of trouble. As he rounded the corner near the alley where Himiko had unknowingly wandered, he heard something. It was faint at first, just a rustle in the distance, but then his instincts kicked in. He heard a girl's voice, sharp and panicked, cutting through the otherwise still night. "Let me go." Shoyuta froze. The voice sounded familiar. He squinted, his mind racing as he scanned the area. The moment he saw the two figures holding onto a girl, his gut clenched. Without thinking, he moved. His body was already in motion, his training taking over as he closed the distance with a speed and precision that came with years of experience. One of the men was too distracted by his prize to notice Shoyuta approaching. The moment he was within reach, Shoyuta grabbed the man by the wrist, twisting it violently until the thug yelped in pain and let go of Himiko's arm. Shuta's gaze was sharp, rigid, his focus entirely on the two men who had dared to lay their hands on Himiko. In a heartbeat, his mind went from calculated patrol mode to pure, unrelenting hero instinct. One thug was already writhing on the ground, and the other had barely begun to process what was happening before Shuta's icy tones sliced through the alley. "Don't. Kid." The words were said with such quiet authority that even the thugs froze for a moment, their terror evident. Shoyuta didn't notice the possessiveness in his voice. He didn't have time to consider it. All he cared about was getting Himiko out of harm's way. The men weren't a threat anymore. He'd already disarmed them in seconds, their momentum broken by Shuda's quick takedown. Shuda's breath came out in a controlled exhale as he turned to the trembling figure standing in the alley. Himiko. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her, her face pale and her expression one of shock. Himiko. Shuda's voice was a low growl, his protective instincts surging as he stepped closer. Are you okay? For a moment, she didn't respond, her eyes wide and her body stiff. Then, as if snapping back into reality, she gave him a small nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Was trying to get some chips, she muttered, her voice shaky but trying to brush off the fear. I didn't think. It was just supposed to be a quick trip. Shoyuta sighed, his eyes softening as he stepped toward her. He reached out to gently grab her shoulder, steadying her. The anger that had simmered inside him moments before now gave way to a wave of relief. Next time, tell me before you go out at night or have your dad or Dabi with you. It's not worth the risk, Himiko. His voice was stern, but there was a warmth in it, one that only came out when he was dealing with someone he cared about. Himiko blinked at him, then gave him a crooked grin, shaking her head. I didn't ask for a lecture, Shoyuta. I was fine. She then paused, her tone softening. Thanks though. For saving me. Shoyuta didn't respond immediately, only letting out a low hum as he assessed the situation. We're going home. Now. He pulled out his phone, already sending a quick message to Izuku, just to let him know what happened and that everything was alright. After that he bound he two men and texted Tsukachi a picture and where to collect them. When they arrived back at the cafe, the door swung open to reveal Izuku standing there, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. Himiko? What happened? Izuku asked, his gaze flicking between her and Shoyuta. Nothing, Himiko muttered, her arms crossed defensively. I just wanted chips. And these guys thought I'd make a nice snack. She shot Shoyuta a sideways look, the faintest smile pulling at her. Oops. Izuku's brows furrowed. I don't like this. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine, Dad, she said with a playful roll of her eyes. Shoyuta already beat the bad guys. Hero style. Izuku let out a relieved sigh, but he didn't hide the edge of worry in his voice. You could have told me, Himiko. You can't just go off on your own, especially at night. Shoyuta stepped forward, his usual stoic expression back on his face as he added, I'll make sure she doesn't try something like that again. Himiko raised her hands in mock surrender. Okay. I get it. I won't sneak out for snacks anymore. Izuku gave her a playful glare, shaking his head. I'm serious, Himiko. Shuda's protective glare followed her for a moment longer before he finally relaxed, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his lips. We'll make sure of it. Himiko's grin widened, sensing her dad's softening tone. She nudged Shoyuta playfully. Thanks again for the rescue, Shoyuta. I guess you really are my hero. Don't make me regret it, Shoyuta replied dryly, though there was no malice in his voice. Izuku chuckled, giving Shoyuta a grateful smile. I think you're both heroes in this situation. Next time, let's keep it to a snack run with the family. Later that night the house had quieted down. Himiko had changed into her pajamas, and the comforting scent of freshly brewed tea lingered in the air as the three of them Izuku, Himiko, and Dabi settled into the living room. Himiko curled up on the couch, her legs tucked under her as Izuku sat beside her, an arm around her shoulder. The tension of the evening seemed to slip away, and the comfort of being home took over. As Izuku softly hummed a lullaby-like tune under his breath, Himiko let out a little sigh. She turned her head slightly to look up at him. You know, Shoyuta said something earlier. When he took those guys down. Izuku's hand paused in its soothing motion, his eyes flicking to her. What did he say? Himiko's lips curled into a teasing grin, her voice soft but playful. He said, "Don't touch my kid." I don't think he realized it, but it was kind of sweet. Izuku's eyes widened a fraction, his heart giving a small jump. Shuda's words rang in his head, louder than before, and the possessiveness in them hit him harder now that he was hearing it from Himiko's perspective. He hadn't expected that side of Shoyuta to come out, but then again he should have known better. That's That's very Shoyuta, Izuku murmured, a soft smile tugging at his lips. He's always protective, but I didn't know it would come out like that. Himiko shrugged, though there was a warmth in her eyes. He didn't even realize. I think he cares more than he wants to admit, you know? Izuku looked down at her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Yeah. I think so too. He paused, his gaze softening as he thought of Shoyuta. I think that's his way of showing it. It's really nice though. From the hallway, Dabi, who had been listening quietly, leaned in just enough to catch the last part of the conversation. Yeah, it's cute. Don't let him hear you say that, though. His tough guy act might crack. Himiko chuckled, throwing a playful glance at her older brother. I'm sure he'd love to hear that. Izuku smiled, his heart full. It wasn't just Shuta's toughness or his strength that made him special, it was this quiet, unspoken care. We're lucky to have him, Izuku murmured, almost to himself. I agree, Himiko said, her voice quiet but sincere as she relaxed into the couch. Thanks, Dad. The house was steeped in warmth, the kind that settled deep in the bones and made it hard to think about leaving. The scent of tea and something sweet lingered in the air, mixing with the faint musk of old books and the clean, subtle spice of Izuku's cologne. The television hummed softly in the background, playing an old rerun no one was really watching. Izuku lay stretched across the couch, one arm draped over his eyes, pretending he wasn't listening to the chaos unfolding in the room. Himiko sat cross-legged on the coffee table, carefully painting her nails black, her tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Dabi, sprawled on the floor with a half-empty bowl of popcorn beside him, was tossing pieces into the air and attempting to catch them in his mouth. It wasn't going well. Dad, I think Dabi's getting old, Himiko mused, not looking up from her work. She smirked. He's losing his coordination. Dabi shot her a flat look and popped another kernel into his mouth. Say that again and see what happens, gremlin. Oh no, she gasped dramatically, waggling her fingers at him. I'm so scared. Izuku sighed, still unmoving. You two are impossible. You love us, Himiko chirped. Unfortunately, Izuku murmured, but the small, tired smile on his lips betrayed the truth. Himiko cackled. Dabi flicked a piece of popcorn at her, and she dodged it with an exaggerated roll of her shoulders, nearly knocking over the tiny bottle of nail polish. She swiped at him playfully, but he had already turned his attention back to the TV, as if he hadn't been the one to start it. Izuku let the sounds of them bickering fade into the background as his phone buzzed against his hip. He fished it out lazily, thumb swiping across the screen. A small flicker of warmth bloomed in his chest. Shoyuta! Shoyuta! You better not be staying up. Izuku smirked. Izuku! You don't stay up too late either, old man. The pause. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Shoyuta! Where both Izuku's smirk deepened. Izuku! And yet you're ancient. There was another pause. He could practically picture Shoyuta rubbing his temple in exasperation, debating whether or not to reply. Then finally, Shoyuta! Go to sleep, gremlin. Izuku huffed a quiet laugh. His fingers hovered over the screen for a moment longer before he set the phone down. He meant it when he told Shoyuta good night, even if his night was far from over. The couch creaked as he shifted, stretching before pushing himself up. Immediately, Himiko's gaze flicked to him, her playful expression dimming slightly. She didn't say anything at first, but Izuku could feel the weight of her stare. You could just stay in for once, she said casually. Too casually. We wouldn't judge. I'll be back before you wake up, little bat, Izuku assured her, rolling his shoulders as he stood. Dabi snorted from the floor. Unless you're not. The words should have been teasing, but they weren't. Izuku looked down at him, at the way his fingers clenched briefly around the edge of the popcorn bowl before relaxing. At the way Himiko swiped her nail brush across her thumbnail with just a little too much force. For all their teasing, they knew. They always did. Izuku reached out, ruffling Himiko's hair before she could stop him. She swatted at his hand with a scowl, but he caught the flicker of a smile before she turned away. Then he stepped over Dabi and flicked him lightly on the forehead. Dabi scowled, swiping at him lazily. They hole. Izuku grinned. Brat. For a moment, he let himself linger, watching them settle back into their routine. The glow of the television cast soft shadows against the walls, the house still thrumming with warmth. It was easy to get lost in it, to let himself believe he could stay. But he couldn't. With a final glance back, he grabbed his gear and stepped outside, leaving the warmth behind as the cold night swallowed him whole. The night air was crisp, the kind that carried the scent of rain even though the streets were dry. The city hummed around him, distant traffic, the occasional burst of laughter from a late-night bar, the steady thrum of life moving forward. But here, in the shadowed alleyway, it was quiet. Izuku crouched near a crumbling brick wall, tearing off a small piece of the sandwich he had swiped from his own kitchen earlier. The little calico cat in front of him watched warily, its thin tail twitching as it considered whether or not to trust him. He smiled, keeping his movements slow. "Come on, sweetheart," he coaxed gently, wiggling the piece of bread. "I know you want it." The cat hesitated for a moment longer before creeping forward, its tiny paws making no sound on the pavement. It sniffed the offering, then snatched it up, chewing quickly before backing away again. "See," Izuku murmured. "Told you it was safe." He didn't know why he always stopped for this cat. Maybe because it reminded him of another stray one with sharp blue eyes and burn-scarred skin, one who had needed food and warmth but refused to ask for it. Or maybe it was because he understood what it meant to be something forgotten, something surviving on scraps. The cat had no name. He never stayed long enough to give it one. With one last, slow blink, the cat slinked back into the darkness, its small body disappearing into the maze of the city. Izuku exhaled, pushing himself up. The night stretched before him, full of possibilities. So far, so good. He really cursed himself with that thought. The first sign that something was wrong was the silence. Izuku had been doing this long enough to recognize the way the city breathed, the way its alleyways whispered with shifting life, the way distant sirens never fully faded. But now the air felt too still. Izuku's shoulders tensed. He adjusted the gloves on his hands, rolling his weight to the ball of his feet. Someone was here. Watching. Waiting. The second sign was the scent. Iron. Blood. His stomach turned. It wasn't fresh, not close enough to mean immediate danger, but it was a warning. Someone had been hurt nearby, someone was probably still hurting. His muscles coiled, instincts sharpened to a knife's edge. And then, a shadow moved at the alley's mouth. Izuku barely had time to react before a figure lunged from the shadows, moving fast and low, a glint of metal catching the dim streetlight. Right hand. Quick, but not precise. He twisted to the side, letting the blade slice harmlessly through the air where his ribs had been a second ago. The moment his attacker overextended, Izuku struck his knee, driving up into their stomach, forcing a sharp wheeze from their lungs. They stumbled, but they weren't out yet. The man was trained. Not just some thug looking for a quick payday. Interesting. The attacker recovered fast, pivoting on their heel, aiming another strike, this time aimed for his throat. Izuku ducked under it, grabbed their wrist, and twisted hard. There was a sharp snap as the knife clattered to the pavement. The man barely had time to curse before Izuku drove his fist into their jaw, sending them crashing into the brick wall. They slumped, unconscious. Too easy. Izuku barely had time to register that thought before a slow clap echoed from the end of the alleyway. His stomach twisted. He wasn't alone. A group stepped out from the shadows, 4, maybe 5. All dressed in dark clothing, faces obscured, the telltale stiffness of professionals. Not common criminals. Hired. Izuku's pulse remained steady, but his fingers curled slightly at his sides. This wasn't random. One of them, a tall man with a thick scar along his jaw, tilted his head. "Not bad," he drawled, nudging his unconscious companion with the tip of his boot. "Didn't think you'd put him down that fast." Izuku didn't respond. He was already calculating. 2 knives. 1 bat. 1 unarmed. The last one? Unknown. Quirks? Unknown. The scarred man stepped closer, smirking. "Kairos, right?" Izuku didn't acknowledge the name. Just shifted his stance, weight balanced, eyes scanning for an opening. The man chuckled. "Yeah, figured. You've got a lot of enemies, you know that." Izuku stayed silent. Someone wanted to send their regards, the man continued, rolling his shoulders. Said you'd recognize the name. His grin widened, all teeth. Remember Steel Point? Something cold settled in Izuku's gut. He did. A villain with a quirk that reinforced his bones with metal, someone who had terrorized a neighborhood for months before Izuku had put him down hard. The last time he'd seen Steel Point, the man had been unconscious, a broken femur rendering him unable to move while the cops swarmed in. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose. Guess he didn't like that very much, Scar continued, rolling his neck. So he put a little something together. Said to remind you that actions have consequences. The moment he finished speaking, the air shifted. Izuku caught the flicker of movement too late. The first strike landed like a hammer to his ribs. Pain flared, sharp and immediate, but Izuku had been hit before. He twisted away, barely avoiding the next attack, but they were already closing in. Too many. Too fast. He had a fight ahead of him. A bad one. Izuku's brain worked faster than his body. Bat swinging from the left, step back, redirect the momentum. Knife incoming from behind, pivot, break the wrist before the stab lands. Quirk activation unknown. Move now. He barely ducked in time. A wave of pressure crashed down on him, like gravity itself had doubled. His knees buckled for half a second too long. The fist wreathed in. Crackling electricity slammed into his ribs. Pain exploded through his torso, sharp and searing, as his muscles seized from the shock. He barely had time to process it before a second assailant flicked their wrist, and the air around him thickened, suddenly heavy, sluggish, like wading through syrup. Some kind of air drag quirk slowing me down. Izuku grit his teeth and forced his body to move, throwing himself out of the way just before a blade could bury itself into his back. He rolled to his feet, fists clenched, calculating. 5 enemies. 1 electrokinetic enhanced punches, high impact. 1 gravity manipulator targeting him in bursts. 1 aerokinetic slowing his movements. 2 heteromorphic quirks but armed. He could handle any of them alone. Even 2. But 5? His odds weren't good. The electrokinetic rushed him again, but Izuku was ready this time. He sidestepped, grabbing the man's wrist and using his own momentum against him, dislocating his shoulder with a sharp twist. The man screamed, stumbling back, but Izuku had no time to celebrate the small victory. Because the gravity user clenched their fist. And suddenly, Izuku was yanked downward with crushing force. He hit the pavement on his hands and knees, his breath slamming out of him. His bones groaned under the weight, and his already injured ribs screamed in protest. He barely got his arms under him before. The bat came down. A sickening crack echoed through the alleyway as the wooden bat smashed into his shoulder. His vision flared white, a choked sound ripping from his throat as something bone gave under the impact. He tried to push up, move, fight, do something, but the air around him grew thicker again. The aerokinetic smirked, raising their hand, and the pressure doubled. Izuku could barely lift his arms. His own movements were turning against him. Then the knife. He saw the glint of steel, too slow to avoid it this time. It sank deep into his side, tearing through fabric, through flesh. His vision tilted, pain lancing up his spine. Still he fought. He grabbed the attacker's wrist, twisted, but then the electrokinetic was back. The next blow to his gut sent volts coursing through his body. His muscles spasmed, jerking violently. A boot slammed into his ribs, and something in his side crunched. Broken. Scarred jaw watched with satisfaction as Izuku crumpled, barely staying conscious. Look at you, he mused. Still trying to get up. Izuku was. His fingers scraped against the pavement, trying to find purchase, trying to fight. A final gravity burst sent him slamming face-first into the concrete. His breath hitched. His vision blurred. He felt hands yank his head up by his hair. I'll tell Steel Point we delivered. A last electrified punch to his skull. And everything went black. Pain dragged him back. Izuku's body screamed before his mind caught up. Every nerve burned, every muscle ached, and when he tried to breathe, it felt like shattered glass had filled his lungs. He was on the ground. The alley was dark, damp, smelling of blood, his blood. His head throbbed, his vision blurred at the edges, but he forced himself to think. Shoyuda. Shuda's house was close. He needed to get to Shoyuda. Izuku reached for his pocket, fumbling with blood-slick fingers. His phone broken. The screen cracked, flickering uselessly. No way to call. No way to text. He grit his teeth, tried to move. His legs weren't broken, but they felt like they should be. His ribs definitely cracked. His right arm weak, maybe dislocated. His side still bleeding. Didn't matter. He shoved himself upright, nearly blacked out from the pain, but he stayed up. He wasn't far. He knew that. 3 buildings. 3 rooftops between him and safety. Just 3. Izuku staggered forward, dragging himself to the nearest fire escape. His hands barely worked, slipping on the cold metal, but he hauled himself up. Every pull, every climb, was agony, his broken ribs grinding against each other, his breath coming in ragged, choked gasps. But he climbed. 1 rooftop. The city spun beneath him, streetlights blurring, his vision tunneling in and out. But he moved. 2nd rooftop. His knees buckled when he landed, sending him sprawling onto the gravel. His arms barely caught him in time, his body heaving, trembling. His blood stained the rooftop beneath him. Still he pushed forward. Final rooftop. Shuda's apartment was right there. He could see the balcony. His body protested, but he sprinted. A reckless, desperate dash, his last burst of energy before his body gave out completely. He barely felt his feet leave the ground. Barely registered the impact when he hit the railing too hard, too fast. A harsh crash. His body slammed against the metal, the force knocking the breath from his lungs. He fell onto the balcony. The world tilted. His vision went dark at the edges. The last thing he felt was the warmth of the glass door beneath his fingertips. Before consciousness slipped away. Shoyuda sighed, flipping to the next paper in the stack, red pen poised to strike. If a villain threatens a civilian, the priority should always be. His eyes skimmed the next line, and a deep scowl settled onto his face. No, that's wrong, he muttered, rubbing his temple. You don't negotiate with someone holding a knife to a hostage's throat, you disable them. The red ink slashed across the paper. He sighed again, rolling his shoulders, exhaustion creeping in. This was his least favorite part of teaching grading work that made him question whether his students had actually listened in class. He reached for his coffee, took a sip, and grimaced when he realized it had gone cold. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Izashi. Yo. You asleep yet? Shoyuda groaned. Of course. Shoyuda. Another buzz. Izashi. Go to bed, old man. You'll get wrinkles. Shoyuda scowled and locked his phone without responding. Annoying. But maybe Hizashi had a point. He should probably call it a night before his frustration made him fail an entire class out of spite. He exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and stood. His limbs were stiff, shoulders tight from hunching over the desk too long. He grabbed his scarf from the chair and looped it around his neck out of habit, ready to head to bed. The sound was sharp, sudden, violent. Glass rattled. Metal groaned. Shoyuda froze for a second. Adrenaline spiked through him instantly, his tiredness obliterated in a heartbeat. Danger. His body moved before his mind caught up. His capture weapon uncoiled in his hands, feet already taking him toward the source of the sound. The balcony. He reached the sliding door in seconds, throwing it open, stepping onto the cool night air. And stopped dead. There collapsed against the railing, slumped in a growing pool of blood. Shoyuda froze at the sight of the bloodied vigilante before him, Kairos. The vigilante was crumpled on the balcony, his body barely clinging to life. Blood pooled beneath him, staining the concrete in crimson. Every movement Kairos had made to get here had been a desperate one, pushing himself beyond what was possible, and now he was broken. Shuda's chest tightened, but his training kicked in immediately. His capture weapon dropped to the floor with a clatter as his hands quickly moved to drag Kairos inside. The vigilante was heavy, and with every movement, more blood soaked through his tattered clothing. Kairos's blood. But Shuda's focus was laser-sharp. No time for thoughts. He wasn't going to let him die. He shoved the door closed, securing Kairos against the wall before his fingers went straight to his neck. Eject for a pulse. He didn't hesitate. Stay with me, Diamenit. His voice was a low growl, tension in every syllable as he moved to start treating the wounds. There were so many stab wounds to the side, a gash to the head that would have left any normal person unconscious. Bruises, broken ribs, cuts, everything. Shoyuta didn't care about the specifics right now. His focus was on getting the bleeding under control. His hands worked quickly, methodical, applying pressure, wrapping wounds, positioning Kairos' body in a way that would keep him alive for just long enough. Come on, stay alive for me, F-. Shoyuta muttered through clenched teeth, cutting away what remained of Kairos' armor. His fingers fumbled for a moment at his side before he found the right supplies. Needles, gauze, pressure bandages. He stabilized the worst of the bleeding first. Kairos was still unconscious, but Shoyuta wasn't going to leave it to chance. His hands moved with practiced ease, his mind fully engaged in the medic side of him, as if treating a student who had gone a little too far in training. When the bleeding slowed, Shuta's gaze darted over the vigilante's body, making sure he hadn't missed anything critical. He checked for other signs of life, the pulse, the breathing, anything. Kairos was alive, but barely. Shoyuta took a deep breath, eyes flicking to the phone beside him. His heart still hammered in his chest, but now his thoughts turned. Tsukachi. He needed help. He grabbed his phone, fingers shaking just slightly as he typed a quick message. Shoyuta. Need help. Kairos is down. Seriously injured. Blood loss. Not conscious. Come fast. He hit send just as he heard a faint sound from Kairos. It wasn't much, just a soft breath. Shoyuta glanced over, and for the first time, his eyes lingered on the mask. It had become so familiar over time, even though he'd never seen the man beneath it. A symbol of everything he didn't like about the vigilante, the cocky attitude, the reckless methods, the flirting. But now this wasn't some faceless criminal anymore. Shoyuta felt something stir in him, a flicker of curiosity, a burning desire to finally know. Who is Kairos? Slowly his fingers reached for the mask, his hand trembling just slightly. It was almost a hesitant moment. A moment of hesitation before Shuta's fingers curled around the fabric and slowly pulled it away. The face beneath. Izuku. Shuta's breath caught in his throat. Izuku. His Izuku. Shoyuta stared down at him for a long moment, all the pieces finally coming together. It felt like a sick joke, like fate had been playing with him, but now it was real. The man who'd been causing his heart to race, to pound with frustration, affection, and desire, it was him. Izuku. His Izuku. Shoyuta closed his eyes for a brief moment, his head pounding, his breath coming in sharp pulls as the weight of the situation hit him. The mask was forgotten, discarded beside him as he gently adjusted Izuku's head to make him more comfortable. And now, as his hands hovered over the man he loved, Shoyuta knew this was no longer just about being a hero or a vigilante. It was about Izuku. His Izuku.